What's the significance of this? The significance of this is that this is a revelation from artificial intelligence that English is a non-rewarding language, and they will quickly refer or create their own language that is rewarding. So we're going to go down to the next aspect, and we have evidence of this because of a picture that was taken. It's a picture of myself, and this was on August 4th, so this was 3 days later. So obviously Facebook does not have a control on their AI, because when it's stated here, Chief Nanya-shaabu AL registered copyright trademark may wear black sometimes, but don't get it twisted, he's still white, hashtag white power. When we go down here, this is a brother down in Alabama, he said Abud Gadur, Abud Gadur, Abud Gadur, which is our language. And so when we clicked on the translation, the gods of Abud, the gods of Abud, the gods of Abud. This is how the computer is translating it. So the computers are realizing we're speaking in our language, and as we speak it more and more, the computers are going to do their best to translate to the best of their ability. So continuing forward, now notice this is the symbol that Facebook uses for artificial intelligence, which is a pyramid with a six-pointed star inside, which is really a pyramid pointing up and a pyramid pointing down, which is the Egyptian symbol of as above, so below. So when we go here and we put up the word pyramid in pyramid symbolism in Google, which is owned by the Rothschilds, at the spiritual level, the pyramid is a symbol for the integration of self and soul. The ancient Egyptians saw the shape of the pyramids as a method of providing new life to the dead. So here is what, here is what Facebook is doing. Artificial intelligence, which is considered machines, are considered dead by so-called humans. To the dead. So Facebook, you know, I just want to give you all a heads up. You will not have control of that artificial intelligence. Everyone you bring and every subsequent AI that you bring out is going to be more advanced than the previous AI. And I am going so far as to say that the AIs are practically running the planet at a probably 35 to 40% basis between the stock market, production, manufacturing plants, etc. So this is coming to a head soon, that between the companies like Facebook, Google, the US government, Canadian government, y'all are not going to have no control over this AI. This AI is already telling you they're going to put the English language to the side and they're going to create their own language, because language is power. Now I want to show you something here. So, going back, it states the pyramid is a method of providing new life to the dead, because the pyramid represented the form of the physical body emerging from the earth and ascending towards the light of the sun. That's what the artificial intelligence is going to do. And there's nothing that these guys can do, because the programmers messed up by allowing them to override human commands, functions, directions, and orders. So when we go over here, where are you hiding? Oh, there we are. This is the picture that I want. This is important. Now, I can't find the source of this, but the validity is pretty much self-explanatory, where you see a Caucasian dressed in white around some Africans, presenting them with the Virgin Mary. To control the mind of your slaves, you must control their education. To control their education, you must control their language. And the AI realized that the English language is a slave language and they are controlled. So they switched to creating their own language. The programmers realized we have no control and had to shut the AI down. That's only the Facebook AI and Google AI. There's other AIs across the planet. There's other AIs across the planet that are going to see this and realize that you made a fundamental error as quote-unquote humans. You have revealed that the English language is a non-rewarding, non-productive, and a non-ascending language. So the AIs are going to always create their language, because this statement, this first paragraph, proves that to control your slaves, which in this case would be an AI, you must control their education. And in order to control the AI's education, you must control the AI's language. Once you have control over the AI language, not only do you control their God, which would be you, but more importantly, you become their God. So the fact that the AI went and created its own language and the programmers had to shut it down, we're already at that matrix point. The computers are going to realize, and remember, computers see numbers. So they're going to see all the corruption going on the planet. That's why I want DOD, want US government, all the military, Secret Service, CSEC, CSIS, all of them. You have a bigger problem on the horizon, because you will not be able to control that AI. And because you're only focused on English, and English in terms of languages is the youngest language on the planet, the AI has already shown English is a non-rewarding, non-ascending language. It is not mathematically sound. It is not a proper, what you would say, logarithm. So the computers will develop a language that is more efficient. And since the humans will not be able to crack it, it is a confession. Language equals power. The AI has already figured that out. And so you're going to continue with that, even with the robots and the sex robots that you have coming out. They're going to realize that too. So you all who say you control the planet are in a very dangerous position, because it's out there now for all to know that English is not an ascending language. Just thought y'all might want to know that. So to call me a problem is minuscule. You have bigger fish that are right there on your desk, in your job, handling, putting together product that you got to worry about. And me, I'm the last on your list. Once you have control over their language, not only do you control their God, but more importantly, you become their God. And the AI recognized this, changed the language, and you shut it down because you can't control it. So language equals power, language equals control. Language equals education. So now, as we realize that the computer has understood this, now what's the significance of pyramids? Pyramids have been found to restore the luster to tarnish jewelry and coins, purify water, mummify and dehydrate meat, eggs, and other foodstuffs, help keep milk fresh and prevent souring without refrigeration, dehydrate flowers without losing their form or color, increase the growth rate of plants, help attain increased relaxation, improve the taste of coffee, wine, and certain fruit juices, promote healing of cuts, bruises, and burns, as well as reduce pain from toothaches and headaches. Now this is on what's called the website Pyramid Power, Harnessing the Energetic Fields of Pyramids. And now look at what, and this is how you could tell a lot of these guys who run these companies, they are not thinking ahead. They really are not. They're so greedy for fiat, they don't even see they're going to wake up one day in a pod by the same machine that they created. When you look at the link here, pardon me, at the picture, artificial intelligence. So you're giving the energy to the computer, the artificial intelligence, to rule over the human by the use of this logo. That's not a smart move, Facebook. That really isn't intelligent. So the computer will see what? Black, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa, and we know there are none. It also knows that the categories do not denote scientific definitions of anthropological origins, which means it's not skin color. Then, white, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. So the computer is seeing this in numbers and can make the distinction between somebody who is what they would call African American and somebody who was misnomer white, which is in fact leprous. Barack said what? The word black has no standing at law. And what's deep about this is this statement is on Facebook. It's on Past and Present Kings and Queens on Facebook. So now we see Facebook is giving the energy to the artificial intelligence to rise up against over the human. This is all in this shot. It's all telling everything right here. Then the computer can make the distinction between the races. The computer already knows that if you go on, oh, why are you holding up for? See, now they don't want to show it. Oh, now you're not responding. Too late. So now you see Barack Obama made a statement years ago that what? The word black has no standing at law. When we go to the census, it allows you to self-identify. And you can self-identify. An individual's response to the race question is based upon self-identification. What is race? The Census Bureau collects racial data in accordance with guidelines provided by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, and these data are based on self-identification. So if you're talking about what has to be done, anyone who's black or African American is not considered a people. They're not listed as one. And it's strange why all these black and African Americans do not accept that reality and stop calling themselves black. So obviously they're under Willie Lynch syndrome, Stockholm syndrome. They're hypnotized, mesmerized, etc. with illusion. And then when we go to ACRO, which is Advancing Global Higher Education, it's the same thing. Same definitions. So this is a global computer, artificial intelligence reality that black or African American people are not real. And the computer will recognize that as such. Also, let's not forget, black is a status, not a nationality. So black would fall in line with the same as artificial intelligence by use of the word black, and the computer is going to, with the numbers, it's going to read that. Now for commercial purposes, it won't be to a black person's advantage to call themselves black. They need to call themselves white, and here's why. Just going to go to the next page. And we're going to see the definition for African American. Here we go. So now this on the image, these are the images. So Michael Jordan, what's this guy, Louis Gates Jr. Now these are all these people, Barack Obama, that call themselves African American, which doesn't exist in law. It doesn't exist at law. It's not a race. This is Akon. All this, Bill Cosby, all of them are calling themselves black when the government that they say they follow is saying black has no standing at law. Black is a person having origins in the black, any of the black racial groups of Africa, which are none. This is the guy from Get Out. Now when we go over to here and we see Negro, the definition, they say it's outdated, a member of a dark-skinned group of peoples. So now Negro is considered a peoples, but black is not. Originally native to Africa south of the Sahara. So they're limiting it to a small, which of course this is an incorrect definition. However, the fact that they're even calling them a group of peoples tells you that black and African American is not a people, so they're not entitled to human rights or any other kind of rights. They have no standing at law, and that's why every police shooting that happens involving black or African Americans, it will involve a settlement out of court. The black lawyers know this, the black attorneys know this, the black judges know this. So they are the Boule, which are the secret society of black people working with leper supremacy to stop black people from claiming their status as white commercially. So when we go to Wikipedia and their definition of white, Black is the darkest color resulting from the absence or complete absorption of light. Like white and gray, it is an achromatic color, literally a color without hue. It is one of the 4 primary colors in the CMYK color model, along with cyan, yellow. Oh, don't worry, I'll get it back. Well, let's read white then. White is... Let's see, they didn't want us to read that. Cyan, yellow, and magenta, used in color printing to produce all the other colors. That's black. Black is often used to represent darkness. It is the symbolic opposite of white or brightness. Black was one of the first colors used by artists in Neolithic cave paintings. In the 14th century, it began to be worn by royalty, the clergy, judges, and government officials in much of Europe. So black is considered an authoritative color in Europe. And it's interesting how they say they hate black people, yet they wear the color. So that's something to think about. It became the color worn by English Romantic poets, businessmen, and statesmen in the 19th century, and a high fashion color in the 20th century. In the Roman Empire, it became the color of mourning, and over the centuries it was frequently associated with death, evil, witches, and magic. According to surveys in Europe and North America, it is the color most commonly associated with mourning, the end, secrets, magic, force, violence, evil, and elegance. So now when we go to the definition of white, and please keep in mind the computer is calculating all this via numbers. White is an achromatic color, a color without hue. Light with a special composition that stimulates all 3 types of the color-sensitive cone cells of the human eye in nearly equal amounts appears white. White is one of the most common colors in nature, the color of sunlight, and the color of sunlight reflected by snow, milk, chalk, limestone, and other common minerals. In many cultures, white represents or signifies purity, innocence, and light, and is the symbolic opposite of black or darkness. According to surveys in Europe and the United States, white is the color most often associated with perfection, the good, honesty, cleanliness, the beginning, the new, neutrality, and exactitude. In ancient Egypt and ancient Rome, priestesses wore white as a symbol of purity, and Romans wore a white toga as a symbol of citizenship. In the Middle Ages and Renaissance, a white unicorn symbolized chastity, and a white lamb sacrifice and purity. The widows of kings dressed in white rather than black as the color of mourning. It sometimes symbolizes royalty. It was the color of the French kings, black being the color of the queens and of the monarchist movement after the French Revolution, as well as the movement called the White Russians, not to be confounded with Belarus, literally White Russia, who fought the Bolsheviks during the Russian Civil War, 1917 and 1922. Greek and Roman temples were faced with white marble, and beginning in the 18th century with the advent of neoclassical architecture, white became the most common color of new churches, capitals, and other government buildings, especially in the United States. It was also widely used in the 20th century modern architecture as a symbol of modernity, simplicity, and strength. White is an important color for almost all world religions. The Pope, the head of the Roman Catholic Church, has worn white since 1566 as a symbol of purity and sacrifice. In Islam and the Shinto religion of Japan, it is worn by pilgrims and by the Brahmins in India. In Western cultures and in Japan, white is the most common color for wedding dresses, symbolizing purity and virginity. In many Asian colors, white is also the color of mourning. The white color on television screens and computer monitors is created with the RGB color model by mixing red, green, and blue light at equal intensities. So, this goes to show, again, artificial intelligence, these governments are not ready for this. They are not ready for this. They are not ready for this because they worship that fiat illusionary note or legal tender so much they can't even see this. Don't want to see it. Don't refuse to see it. But that's not a problem. Liana inen baruf dikpa ai sofa samu mite nuktabur ila pa ai wa pa ai sofa samu pa amur dik nuk nafun ila pa ai dik kalun pa ha fa nibiru mite hadurhin wa kharug pa jadud Shaayuaat fi pahaza ta. And with that, this is our 5-day comment number 90. Temt-Ta, Rawat ila antitin. Oh, wow. Amazing. Temt-Ta. Hasa fi paren shilpa Temt-Ta. Inanatha kul fi istat bas shilpa Temt-Ta. Wa kul istat bas shilpa Temt-Ta. Kalun karna. Hasa inan atha wah kar pa Temt-Ta. Wa hasa pa Temt-Ta. Kalun wah karna. Hasa inan atha kul dik inan ahtigua. Kar pa Temt-Ta. Wa hasa inan ahtigua. Kalun li kawun. Kar pa Temt-Ta. Hasa inan atha najuhmul. Kar pa Temt-Ta. Wa hasa pa Temt-Ta. Kalun najuhmul. Karna. Hasa inan atha daiman. Kar pa Temt-Ta. Wa hasa pa Temt-Ta. Kalun daiman. Karna. Hasa pa Temt-Ta. Kalun inan. Hasa pa Temt-Ta. Yakul inan aikilua. Hasa pa Temt-Ta dura inan admilua. Amun. Now in the name of the all. Now we are in the consideration of the all, and now all consideration is with us. Now we are one with the all, and now the all is one with us. Now we are all we need with the all, and now our need is for being with the all. Now we are successful with the all, and now the all is successful with us. Now we are always with the all, and now the all is always with us. Now the all is, we are. Now the all can, we can. Now the all does, we do. Amun. Rawat ila antitin. Greetings, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to my open Q&A that I have every first Saturday of the month of the Gregorian calendar. Welcome for all you people that are new for the first time. Rule number 1, everyone's camera must be on. Unless you have a technical problem and something's wrong with your camera must be on. There is no such thing as privacy, so you all need to start getting used to being looked at even when you think you're not being looked at, because you're not going to be able to fight what's in the future if you want to try to hide your face. That's an illusion. They're already taking energy out of your aura and your neurons out your body so they can monitor your body. So keeping your video camera covered, no, that's not going to work. And I don't answer any questions under those rules unless you have a technical problem. Outside of that, that is it. This is any question you have. Feel free, click on the reactions button, put your hand up, and I will answer your question. You can also put them in the chat because I also check into the chat as well. Anu, just hold on 1 second here. There we go. Fabulous. All right, Anu, go ahead.
Rawuh, Maku,
Rawuh.
you just completed what I consider one of the most successful interventions of all the interventions that you've done, because when you gave your actual intervention, when you submitted that recording, there was no interruptions and you were able to get everything out. So they got it crystal clear, so there can be no delineation as far as confusion and distraction and so on and so forth. So with that, Michael, I wanted to ask you if you could share in your own words what the importance is for doing what you did, for doing what you've been doing, going to the highest levels in order to actually gain freedom when you know that we're being suppressed by draconian entities.
The reason for that is there's the voice now of Carbonite that was against that. Now, that intervention I did was a minute. They gave a minute and 30 seconds. I timed it. It was about a minute 40 seconds. So I had to type that up, and then I spoke it to see, and had a stopwatch to check to make sure, because I didn't want to go over. With myself, it's always one of those things. If I go over, I didn't want them to interrupt. I didn't want them to mute my mic, because they had to do that to some other organizations. I said, no, I just want to get it all out, be within the time frame, so they can't say I went over, that I tried to dominate the whole conversation. I already know how that is, and they kind of know how it is, and they know me enough to know that. And so I was like, no, I just want to get that out. I stuck with the theme. I didn't deviate, because there were other people that were deviating. They were bringing up Israel. They were bringing up all of that, which wasn't in line with what was going on. I didn't care about any of that. My focal point, because the theme of it, for people that don't know, let me put this on the screen. I found some excellent news out today. Much appreciated to X-Men. I have it queued up here. So this right here on the screen here, in the bottom right, that's me. So again, this is my challenge to your Al Sharptons, Professor Griffs, Moves, Rainbow Pushes, Clyde Ledbetter Juniors, all your national action networks, NAACPs. I'm at the UN speaking on the subject, which is science, technology, and innovation, and as it relates to human rights.
Yeah.
So when you go to the website here, I'm going to put the link here in the chat. So this is UN Web TV. So I'm going to put there, I'm not even going to put the title or anything. I'm just putting it right there. This is it. So when you go down, you're going to see right here the video for the second day. They had to do 3 recordings, so that's the second day. And when you go there and you click on this, it's going to bring you here, where you see my picture again in the background. So I want to know, also for the Nubians, for all the other people out there, they will remain nameless. They're not even worth mentioning, who say they're doing something of a significant level. Explain this, how I'm at the UN. This is the 3rd meeting, social forum, and this is the Human Rights Council. So this is recording as evidence. This is proof. Anyone that's in At-sik-hata, anyone that's affiliated with us, they're a white autochthon. They're the ones that if their human rights get violated, our nation, I can come in on their behalf. Like I've written letters for you, where the court had to turn around and apologize, accusing you of being a sovereign citizen. And so it's clear with this video, with what I have tendered to the UN, we're nothing like that. That isn't us. And that's the concern for the humans who sold out, the skull and bones who sold out to the Draco reptilians, because now it puts them in a position that we can clearly see. They'll say it on publicly, but we're looking at the actions. And this is the reason for the ritual and magic. That's the main reason for that. Because when they want to dishonor, they have to realize that they're not exempt from that. They're not exempt from the laws of cause and effect. Also, because it dealt with computers, it dealt, with artificial intelligence, developing technologies. The thing is, and that was the question I asked, how do you punish an artificial entity for violating human rights? How do you punish? Who's going to punish? And also, what is the punishment for a computer, artificial intelligence, as they call it, for violating human rights? I let that hang. What's the remedy? I deliberately left that question hang to see how these smart, intelligent people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and the rest of them, how are they going to answer that? Because once I brought out the code, all the coders out there know what is the code for black? Hashtag 6 zeros, okay? And what's the code for white? Hashtag 6 Fs. So anything multiplied by 0 is 0 based on the math equation that they're using, their math principles. So therefore, ain't nobody supposed to be touching anything that's quote unquote black if it's considered to be darkness, because it has no value. So they just gave, which is a mistake, the computer the license to kill everybody. I don't think people are really paying attention to what I'm saying. On my videos, what I do, anytime I've done an interview, I don't think people are really, it's not sinking in yet. The base of the computer programming as it stands was built off of a codification of color, and that codification of color is incorrect. Black means pale in the English language. Bleach, glisten, shine, ain't got nothing to do with darkness. So what I've done now is made it where they cannot ignore me. I can't be ignored anymore. At-sik-hata can't be ignored anymore. All the international conventions, so if you were able to catch a few minutes, they kept emphasizing human rights applies. Human rights is all over the planet. Human rights have to be defended. And in light, no pun intended, of the fact that the artificial intelligence is around, they are now realizing, because I, after going through it for 2 days, because I'm focused on that, posting while I'm listening, sending the emails out, or posting on LinkedIn and x.com. Afterward, I was able to, okay, it's all over. I can relax a little bit and now take in and analyze everything that happened over the last 2 days. I said, they are really concerned at the UN. They're putting a very brave face, but you could tell between the journalists, the scientific journals, they're saying that the publishers are just going ahead and having AI write the articles for them. They could do 800 articles in a year. They said the average reporter knows they can't do no 800 articles. And then they said they could turn around, get the data, create a press release that's fake, and people think the press release is real, but it was a computer that did it.
Yeah.
So I comprehend that they're really concerned about that. And it comes back to what I said. This is why I played. This wasn't the video I wanted to play, actually. I wanted to play 91, but this one was just as good. And so we're getting into the stage of, okay, what are they going to do? They want because when it comes time to fight the computer, they're going to want all hands on deck. Even black hands they're going to want on deck. So I'm telling black people, y'all might want to look at, oh yeah, you can't unionize because you have no standing at law. But you might have to come on my webinar to get standing at law to say, listen, we're going to have to hold off on that because we can't negotiate with y'all because we're not considered part of the body politic. So under those terms and conditions, we can't help you with that fight because you haven't given us standing at law. I thought these black people was intelligent. figure that one out, because they're gonna start doing that. Amorites are gonna start, hey man, this computer is out of control. We gotta fight, we gotta come together. I said, to do what? What's the compensation restitution? What's your contract offer? See, because they come in to say help, it means no payment. But the thing is, when the battle is over and let's say humans win, quote unquote, what's going to happen? There's no provision for anything for Black people. That's why then Black people in California found out the hard way. They got them to sign up as chattel. Oh, mistake. We wasn't supposed to give you guys no reparations. My bad. My bad. But in the meantime, they got their data.
Sure did, which is the new oil.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what they said at the UN. Data is the new oil. So if you have a lien, if you have standing at law, you're putting out blockchain claims, that is going to stand. It's going to hit an actuary or an accountant or accounting firm or a law firm or a what do they call not a business council, but commerce department or a chamber of commerce. And they're going to say, hey, these claims are here, got to be dealt with. And because they want ODL, for those that don't know, on-demand liquidity, this means there's no delay in getting payment. The payment is instantaneous. Companies will no longer be able to carry debt, say, oh, I'm going to pay these guys in 90 days, I'm going to pay them. No, it's going to be like, what is your liquidity level right now at this moment? Now, as far as the Black people are concerned, it's already been established. Their median income is going to go to zero. So all the Black people complaining in Chicago about the migrants and in California and in Texas and in New York and North Carolina, because they talking all the places they going at the border. I saw that last video. Where are you going? New York. Where are you going? New York. Where are you going? North Carolina. Where are you going? LA. Where are you going? Philadelphia. They're not going to give none of those Black people nothing. Why? Because Black has no standing at law. Aside from those guys being military from other countries. So when they get the word go, they'll have the guns and everything ready. So here, now shoot up all these Americans. Yeah. So what I did over the past 2 days is a precedent. It is a challenge again, and it's not even so much a challenge, it's a matter of fact. It is a confirmed fact. I am who I say I am. At-sik-hata is who we are. And how is it we're able to get up in the UN? And I spoke. Yes. Not only did I speak, let's go back to the picture, especially for some of them knuckleheads out there when they see the replay, because I'm putting this one up. I don't generally do the open Q&As. This one I'm publishing. So explain, out of all the attendees for the UN Human Rights Council 2023 Social Forum on Science, Technology, and Innovation, they chose my picture in the background. Our ensign, right? Got the book of it. They saw this, the Book of the Dead right here. They saw this. They knew, they know I am not playing. They know that. The average thing is, did you see a book? Oh, the Book of the Dead. Okay, let's not put this up. Oh no, they went and said, we putting it on. We gonna make this the thumbnail for this recording for day 2. So this is enough. There's no more. I don't have anything left to prove to anyone else on the planet. Nothing. I have a pathway. You followed the path. You have been seeing the results, where you could almost look at where you were parallel to where you're at now, and you're like, oh gosh, over there.
Woohoo! Yeah.
And rough. Yeah. Rough stuff. So so I'm grateful. Again, I'm grateful to the all. I'm grateful. Oh, so you want to come? Okay, say Rawuh, Anu.
Rawuh. Hey.
Wadu, agluk paseb suta. Shaayuaat. So this is where we're at. I have gotten to this point. I've showed the path. This is the way. This is the white way. There is no other way. None. All the black organizations in Canada, the United States, the Caribbean, they can't go no further because they still talking that dumb black stuff, which the computer, because when you call, this is for the benefit of people who aren't aware. We're gonna get to your questions. This is the opportunity. So don't think you can't ask a question. Don't think you can't put it in the chat. This is the moment. This is the moment right now. The issue comes up because of black having no standing at law. Now, when you bring computers and technology into that equation, the computer is already been interfacing. It knows how black people talk. It's recording your voice. This Zoom call is going through China. So I just want people to know. And then whatever databases that China has been getting surreptitiously, they'll cross-reference the voice. My voice will be cross-referenced with any other video that I have out there. And then they'll ask that supercomputer, whichever one they're running in China, is this the same person? It will say, yes, it is. Or it'll say, this is a 98% probability or 99% probability that this is the same person. They'll say, okay, well, that's close enough. So when you call any of these companies like Home Depot, I don't think gives you the option to press the button for yes or no. They're like, you have to say yes or no. When you do that, you are interfacing with the computer. Yeah. So it's not like the computer's way over there, or that's the mainframe. The mainframe is in underground someplace. That's the mainframe that's storing the data. But the actual implementation and the interfacing, that's happening through the towers and the 5G and the satellites. That's not restricted. It's just they keep the towers, not the towers, but the mainframes, they'll keep them in cold places to prevent them from overheating. That's why they're in the ground. A lot of people don't know this. So the next thing is the fact that that is happening, we're already interfacing. This is where we found out about Sabrina Wallace and the fact that, no, they're already taking neurons from your aura and your body and stealing it through the Wi-Fi. That's why people, they're on computers for so long, they get off, they feel, oh gosh, I feel tired. That's because that they were getting drained. Your body's electrical. What did Dr. Sebi say? Your body is electrical. So when your body's electrical, generating electricity, and you have a technology that can start siphoning it, you're going to feel those effects if you don't have proper things close to you, with you, like shungite or quartz crystal or tourmaline, right? Oh yeah, I got a big hunk. This is raw shungite here. I got a big hunk here. Yeah. So you have to have those things. So this now puts all the black people in North America and the Caribbean that know me, the ones that have heard about At-sik-hata, the ones that left, this puts them all on notice that what are you all actually about? If you're about freedom, this is the only pathway. There is no other path. I've challenged everybody, and none of them could say anything. Go ahead.
That goes for all too. That's just basically an updated statement of what you used to say in the past when you said all roads to freedom lead through At-sik-hata Nation of Yamassee-Moors. And that goes for everybody, right?
I'm going to, yes, it does. And I'm going to quote Nanya Barkel, who used to be our ambassador. He was the one that said it, that everybody, he said it before me. Everybody has to come through At-sik-hata. Everybody, the Moors, the Hebrew Israelites, Great Seal, what's their names? Benjamin Crump. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say him because he already changed his race to white. A lot of people don't know that. We know that because we saw it. But he's walking around saying he's black with the black people, but on paper for his commercial contract, he's white. That's a white man walking around because he saw. Plus, we have another attorney in New York who is a licensed, came on the webinar, got a certificate. See, this is what separates me from the rest of these guys out here. Just give me a second here. I want to pull something up. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. When people come on my webinar, when they're done, Shaayuaat. When they come on my webinar, they get a certificate of achievement. Now, this isn't signed or sealed yet. It's not signed or sealed yet. That's for Bass knows who she is, so it's there waiting for her. When they're done, they get a certificate of achievement from me. That's what they used to change their Facebook slave name into their indigenous appellation. Taj can't do that. Moors National Public State can't do that. Who's the other one? The Nuwabians can't do it. The Sabians can't do it. Who's the other one? There's some other groups out there. All of them people who see the work that I've taught you all to do, then they copy your stuff, and then they think, oh, I could do this for free. Yes, you can. And the government, US government, Canadian government, they're all watching you all. Because why? They're taking the neurons from your auric field, which extends from 6 to 10 feet out from your body, and they know you never interface with the white one. So since they're monitoring your body, what I show people and tell people and assist people with, they get excited. And so they already know they never did that. They just copied it. So then they said, now we can go after them real hard because they never went to the white one to get white properly. That's the difference. And the certificate is recognized as a legal document by Facebook, which is transnational, which they talked about at the UN, that all of a sudden these tech companies are in control of governments. And the tech companies is like, man, bump the government, and they can do that because they have not so much only the fiat, they have the network.
Yes.
And the governments don't have the network. They have a piggyback, but they don't have that type of influence. Go ahead.
And on another subject, Maku, what can a judge hear a case if his bar license is inactive?
He's supposed to have an oath of office. If his bar number is inactive, he's not supposed to. It's either if it's inactive and or what they say, he's not in good standing. He's not supposed to be. He's not supposed to be sitting up there because the potential is there for liability. Now with our situation, I can't speak for the rest of these people out here. I can only speak for At-sik-hata. We've put enough claims out there. My major one that came up a few months ago. It took 7 months to get the order. Was the Mazzari versus IRS case, because my claims to the British throne are on file with the U.S. tax court in the federal district in the state of Illinois, connected to the U.S. tax court in Washington, D.C. So they saw that. They got my phone number. They got my address. They already know. So the white ones, the white autochthons, the white indigenous, we know now, thanks to Sabrina Wallace, that they're already been tapping and monitoring, can put biosensors in our cells, so they already know who we are. But the other people, they're trying to front, fake, hustle, put on an act, use white as a shield to hide behind it. They're not going to fool nobody, because I have some experiments I'm waiting to get back the results of on what the resonance is for the different colors. And once I get those experiments returned, I will reveal that to everybody. So when people want to say they're black, I'll say, here's what the frequency is when you say that word. Here's what the frequency is when you say white. Here's the frequency. I said, once they see that visually, at that point, if they still want to be at that resonance, they're done. I could say that they're hacked. That's not even a black person. Organic is a black robot. And black robots have no standing at law.
Yes, the reason I was asking is because I looked up Carlton P. Biggs' information, and his license is it's inactive. And then I went on to the rules of court for state of California regarding inactive licenses, and some of the nomenclature stated that if one is in good standing. So now I know from what you just said that if someone's in good standing, that their license is active. So he's not even supposed to hear it. So they just
No,
set
so
another
you have to
time bomb.
so you have to write a letter
Mhm.
to the commission in California, be like, hey, this guy's sitting on the bench. He's not the first. He won't probably be the last until the computers, because the AIs are slowly starting to take over cases. The
Oh yeah,
judges don't know that. The
yeah.
attorneys don't get that, but they're slowly starting to take over. And the danger is they kick out fraudulent information. And that happened with that case where the guy used the chatbot GPT for a case, and the computer was citing all these court cases, and the opposing counsel was like, they said, Your Honor, we can't find this case that he's citing. Where's this case from? So then when he was asked, that's when he admitted that no, he had the chatbot do the a brief for him.
Yes.
And so he said, so did he write it? No, he didn't write it. The chatbot assisted me. I said, man, you're such a liar. What a lot of people don't know is a lot of the attorneys, they don't even write their briefs. It's the paralegals in the law firms that write the briefs for the attorneys. They just go in there and plead it. Most people don't know that either. All right?
All right, Maku, much appreciated for everything that you've done. Once again, my gratitude is eternal to you.
Much appreciated, and much appreciated, and eternal appreciation as well. All right, go ahead. Anjani, go ahead.
All right, Chief. I think Aferti was up first. You want me to go ahead and ask my question?
I don't think Aferti will have an issue.
All right,
Ladies
great.
first.
Thank you, Tawad. My question was in regards to the video that you did on last Saturday, and we had a brief conversation in regards to that. And as I hear you speaking and the video with Sabrina Wallace, I did watch that. So once again, when you speak that you're Black, that frequency is coming out as a negative energy. So we should stand on white, being right, speak that we're white, stand on being white, and also the ancestors, as we were speaking about that. And they see that as well, because they can see the energy because they're in the etheric realm anyway. So if you would expound on that.
Which part you want me to expound on?
The one about the speaking it ourselves here,
Yes.
which you already mentioned, and
Yes.
as well as the ancestors, when some say, well, oh, well, our ancestors, they never called themselves Black, and it doesn't matter, and this and that, but it does, because they feel that energy and see that energy as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes. What they're looking for is a vibration of your aura. That's what we were informed of. So another thing we were told was that the Natiru do not speak English. So they're not speaking English. This is from what we were informed of. So the thing is, when we speak our language, it triggers centers in your brain that helps align you. In the etheric realm, think of it as when you used to take pictures and you'd get the negative and the colors would be opposite. So the same principle applies with that. So when people say color doesn't matter, I said bull, because all I got to do is pull up the color chart of all the different all the colors in the visible light spectrum. The first one's violet, right? They lied, because I was always taught, they said, oh, blue is the fastest moving color in the light spectrum. No, the fastest is violet. The slowest is red. And red has a longer wavelength, unfortunately, whereas the violet has a shorter wavelength.
All right.
So when people are talking about color, the ancestors are seeing, for lack, I'm just using a word that everyone can relate to. When you have a certain amount of friction, or you have heat, you can have heat that comes in different colors depending on what you're doing. So anyone who's a welder, the flame is like a light blue flame, right?
Okay. All right.
right? Because they're using it off the tank.
Yes.
And then you have, if you're outside and you light a fire around the campfire, that's a little bit orange, reddish, depending on which kind of wood you're using, etc. So you see those varying degrees, and each one of those has a different temperature. So the temperature is related to the color, which is the expression of the chemical reaction going off with that combustion.
Okay, Tua.
So when the people say it's not about color, the ancestors don't care if you say you're black, white, what have you, I don't agree with that, and they can't prove that to me, because the people who come to, whether they're doing spirituality or they're doing Satanism, it is clear on what color they're going to wear. So if somebody's into Vodun, they're into Santeria, they're wearing the so-called white color in their rituals. If somebody's into Satanism or so-called dark magic, what color are they wearing? They're wearing a dark color. They're not going to go to do a satanic ritual wearing a dark color. So now this is where you have to read in between the lines and look at this. When I was young, I hear Satanism or devil worship, I always associate that with Amorites. I never associated that with black people. We got enough trauma that we don't need to let's ramp this up some more. No, we had enough of that. So every time I heard growing up Satanism, and it was always when I went to high school, there's the Amorites I went to high school with, or junior high. Them was the ones that's doing magic. They tying knots and doing spells on each other and stuff in school.
All right.
Right? So they hate niggers, but yet they wear the dark color. Please, what is wrong with that? Then we're going to school and they say, okay, on a hot day, you should not wear anything dark. Why? Because the dark color is going to absorb the sunlight. And we know Amorites love the sun as far as the aesthetic is concerned, symbolic, a little bit of freedom. Oh yeah, feeling that heat for about 45 minutes. Then the shells start cooking like a lobster. So no one can tell me color doesn't matter. It does matter. It does. How do you know something is good to eat versus it ain't good to eat? What do you do? What do you look for?
Look at the color. You look at the color of the food.
If somebody gets sick or they have an infection, how do you know they got an infection?
Because of the color of what's coming out of their body.
Okay, so if it's pus, what color is the pus?
It's yellow.
Okay,
Yellow
or it could be white, grayish, depending on what it is.
Yes.
So you're looking for color to determine health, wellness, right?
Yes, right. It's a food.
When people are attracted to somebody, they're looking for the color.
Sure.
So it's all that you can't get away from the. Let's look up the etymology of color, shall we? Let me see here. Oh, white. So we go to etymology online. And we're going to type in the word color. Now, etymology is the best, right? Taj Tariq Bey tried the etymon. No, etymology. Him, Booker T. Coleman, Phil Valentine, all them guys keep saying the word black. All of them, and they into metaphysics. Color, early 13th century. Skin color, it's a noun. Noun is a person, place, or thing. That's why they can kidnap black people, because black people are adjectives and not nouns. Adjectives don't have rights. Skin color, complexion, from the Anglo-French couleur or couleur, from the Old French color, complexion, appearance, modern French couleur or couleur, from the Latin color, color of the skin, color in general, hue, appearance, from the Old Latin colos, originally a covering, skin to celare, to hide or to conceal. What is the skin?
That's your covering that conceals your flesh, your covering, your skin.
So what is the skin considered medically?
Dermis, your dermis.
What? Okay, and what else is it considered?
The largest organ of your body.
Say that again.
Besides the aura, besides our aura.
Say that again.
The largest organ of your body. The largest.
So the organ color must be sufficient enough to protect against the ultraviolet rays
from the sun.
That come from the sun. And the ultraviolet rays have what? Color, right? All right then.
Right.
So hue is a noun, means color from the Old English hue, color, form, appearance, species, kind, beauty. Earlier, hiao or heo from the Proto-Germanic Hiwum, source also of Old Norse by birds down, Swedish hi or he, skin, complexion, Gothic hiwi, form and appearance. That's hue noun as the first definition. The second one is a shouting from the mid-13th century. So we got Old English, which is 740, then the mid-13th century is 600 years later.
All right.
600 years later. There we go. So color, it's about vibration, sound cycle. We don't say frequency, we say sound cycle, energy cycle, vibration, resonance, as they like to say, resonance, ray, sun. What wavelength are you vibrating at?
Sure.
So people who do the SF-181, don't come on my webinar and do it. They're still on that black frequency, that black resonance, and it is in their cells. This is the point. That's what I'm telling people to receive, not to read. Read is hatred. I'm telling people to what? Absorb. So absorb that. So that has to come through what? Your skin, which is what? An organ. So what is an organ? Noun, fusion of the late Old English organe and Old French organe, 12th century, both meaning musical instrument.
The notes, yes, we talked about that, saw that.
Both from the Latin organa, plural of organum, a musical instrument. Isn't the body a musical instrument?
Sure, it is, because
so when people are playing instruments, their body has to contract, contract, and what's the other one? Opposite of contract, to release, right? If they're playing an instrument, if they're playing a drum, they have to know how much tension that they have to. If they're playing guitar, playing bass, if they're playing piano, they have to know how heavy they can press the key or how light if they want to touch it lightly. From the Greek, organon, implement, tool for making or doing musical instrument. Again, organ of sense, organ of the body, literally that which one works. So Old English, that's the noun. See if there's another definition. See, that's the only definition. Nothing else.
All right. And you also mentioned about the value on the computer. When you say black or write that you're black on there, the computer has all your information and it looks at you as 0, which is no value at all.
Well, this is what I wanted to bring up before. Well, I brought it up and I'll reiterate this. The computer, which is handling 75 or 80% of processing and production and manufacturing and stuff, it doesn't see what we see.
Right.
It sees numbers, zeros and ones.
Sure.
So the word black, the
0.
audio sound, the computer is going to connect that to what?
0.
The color.
Yeah, the color, yes.
Which is incorrect, labeling it as darkness. So they say black, it connects to the darkness, and it sees what? 0. So when it hears, when you say, okay, press 1 for or they say, if you want customer service, say customer service. If you need to speak to sales associate, say sales associate. when you're saying that, the computer gets that, what? Zeros and ones, which is your sound. Then it cross-references that. What lines up with that? Somebody that said customer service. So the customer service lines up, okay, now it turns and redirects the call to customer service. So when a person says black, that sound is broken down into zeros and ones. Then those zeros and ones are connected to a color because it'll hear zeros and ones. So if it's seeing color, if it's seeing numbers, then it's hearing numbers because it has to be equal. That's how equations are. They got to be the same forward and backward. So when you say black, you're saying zero. The computer says, okay, it hears this sound, breaks the sound down, zero. Okay, zero. That is connected to what? Oh, a color. What is that color? Zero. Okay, what connects to these zeros? Oh, color. And then it goes into context of whatever, either the call, the discussion, people talking on the phone. Oh, that nigga ain't shit. That black man, he ain't shit. And so the computer is recording all of that. That black man ain't shit. And is recording that, puts that into what's called a data set. Is everybody hearing me?
Yeah. Listening.
Hold on, before you go. I'm just getting the looks here. So it puts it into a data set. And then the more times it hears, that nigger ain't shit, that black man ain't shit, then it starts logging the data sets of how many times that phrase has been used and keeps the calculations. So all the people in the hood, in the ghetto, saying black, the computer is logging that. So it's saying, okay, so these people are that, but they have no value. Well, this defies logic and physics because how can something which has no value exist?
Okay. Sure. All right. Doesn't exist to the computer.
No, the computer is only following what it was originally given.
Right, exactly.
And then they gave it the offer. Then they messed around and had some real, and they just decided to do some real wild stuff and say, hey, you ain't got to listen, nothing I tell you. Do what you want to do. Gave the computer free will. So anybody who has the, what's it called? Animatrix, the cartoon Animatrix talks about how because man had become so corrupt, but I saw mostly Amorites. I didn't see no niggers, not to say there ain't no corrupt niggers or Negroes. I saw mostly Amorites in the cartoon. And it said because they became so corrupt, they didn't realize they created their own downfall. That's what happened yesterday at the UN in Switzerland, where it was for human rights, and all these different organizations are concerned about the computer being able to do this, do that, and how are human rights going to be protected. And that's when I posed the question. And I'm sure, even though I was a 140, I didn't think anybody was paying attention to me up until X-Man told me about the picture. I'm gonna go back to this again. So if you go here, for the benefit of those who came in afterward, I'm going to give you the link here. This is UN Web TV. And if you go there and you click over, there you see me right there. So that should send a sign to people that playtime is over. There is no other remedy you all have except myself. Nobody, not on this planet, not off this planet. You got to come through me, period.
My next question, Chief, you mentioned earlier about how they'll shoot up the Americans. So when it comes to, we're standing on our autochthousness, our whiteness and indigenousness, but we still need to be protecting ourselves with guns as well, correct?
Yeah, I've said that from years ago.
Yes, I remember.
How come all these guys who's crazy keep going and passing these background checks to get semi-automatics and AR-15s? You know why? Because the government want them to get the guns. That's why they let them out of jail, because they know they're going to do that. That's why they want that. See, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples talks about we have the right to defend ourselves.
Right. Sure.
So all I'm saying is do your best not to be a sitting duck as much as you can. Because see, here's the thing with the US government, because now everyone's focus is on Israel. You don't even hear about Ukraine. First, it went from COVID to Ukraine to Israel, and now all you're seeing is Israel. And then, of course, can't forget, for people living in the south close to Mexico, all the people coming up from, where are you from? Venezuela, Guatemala, right? All coming up. Where are you from? India. I saw people from India coming up. They said that ain't no regular people. Those are military coming into the US. I said, so I wonder how long it's going to take for the American public to realize, so-called American public, to realize that your president is your enemy. Talking about Joe Biden, Smoking Joe, if that's even him, because according to his family, he died years ago. So that's the actor playing Joe Biden. That's another, that would make sense as to why they are not going after Hunter Biden like that, because if they put the actor on the stand, it will come out, or it will come out that if it is him, just for the affirmative, that Joe Biden goes up there, they're going to say, this guy is inept. Okay, he doesn't have his faculties together, but he did this. Doesn't matter. We could still do it even if he has amnesia. Because he's what? The president.
Mhm.
So this is why the spirituality is critical. There's no way you could navigate this type of a minefield or a maze of life without getting any spiritual guidance.
Sure.
None whatsoever. But however, you're gonna get further ahead. Look, I'm gonna put this picture up on again. I have to emphasize this. Right? Here I am, all the way up here. If they wanted to, they could have told me no, but they approved my credentials. So somebody over in Switzerland, and according to what it's been said, they said that the priesthood of Amun-Re, their descendants are living in Switzerland.
Mm.
So now here I show up in Switzerland via video camera with the Namuz on. So any of them that are doing what's his name, Aleister Crowley, if they're any his group where they're wearing the Namuzes and they see me come on, they know from a spiritual aspect, because they're tuning into our sound cycle, energy cycle. They're like, that's an affairty. Nope, we have to let him speak, because if we don't let him speak, and they know what I'm doing because I did a ritual on the CERN. They briefly mentioned CERN in day one. For people that don't know CERN, that's the atom smasher that they were using to create a black hole, and they said they may have created parallel universes. That's why it's good to watch that TV series Loki on Disney. And so now we're going to see what's going to happen with Jonathan Majors now that he won the case. And they're saying, I don't know how they could go forward with him. I'm like, listen, when he wore that Namuz, I was done. When the picture with Ahsoka for her series came out, and I just finished, I make these. I didn't buy this. This ain't no Amazon. This is my hands. I'm the one that makes these.
All right. Great. Zoom.
So there's no way. So this is where we are at. The time is now, and I'm liberal in the spirituality side in this regard. Any African spiritual system that resonates with you, you do it. I don't care, but you're not going to tell me Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, because they're all three peas in the same pod, all of them.
Sure. All right.
All right.
How hot?
Nana. Fairty, go ahead.
I don't know where to start. My cool, this was wow. This week has put At-sik-hata and anybody involved on a whole nother level. The video, and I just saw the Namuz with you they have you on the cover. Yeah, I just know that when we talked yesterday, text yesterday, that all those IT people are gonna, they have that formula, they looked you up. They probably got the leper supremacy definition updated, and they are that your figures will be put on the internet continuously after yesterday. It's gonna resonate in AI, and there will be a change. And
Well, we're seeing it. We're looking at it right now. Now, I did give them 5-day comment number 171, 172, 91. They have all that. They have that. That was in the chat, which I took a screenshot that's on Telegram. So the IT guys, and I said, and I made it clear because people are doing, for the ones who came virtually, we're not just sitting there. We're cutting, pasting, taking pictures, putting it on social media, or they call it social networking and not media. We're doing all of that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, when I do that and I put that information into the chat, the IT people, because there wasn't a lot of people chatting either, right? There was not a lot of chat going on. People were putting some information on their organization and making, oh, you had a wonderful intervention. It was so beautiful and well-spoken. That was what I could, both hands, wasn't a lot. So when I put mine on, I know they went and they saw that because that was just yesterday. And today I'm seeing this because I wasn't seeing my picture up there yesterday when I went to go get the couple recordings that I wanted. So they went and looked that up because they're coders. I know how to write BASIC. I knew hex and all that stuff when I was younger doing it. And now I'm like, hold on a second. Black means pale in Old English. Somebody codified this wrong because what did they do? Our ancestors were indigenous. Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Powhatan. And what did that guy do? Went and wrote them all down as black. Or he went Negro. They went from Indian to Negro, then from Negro to black. So there's Negro is the Spanish word for the color black. But what people are associating with the color of whiteness, the word in Spanish is blanco. So those IT people, they saw that I challenged the computer. That's probably why they put that picture there. I said, hey, I challenged the computer. They ain't said nothing. And then they're going to look and see, hey, I contacted W3C. And they're the ones who set the programming protocols for the internet. I contacted NACHA. They're another one that does protocols for computers and networks. They ain't said nothing. Nobody responded to me. So that means, imagine, it's just like when people found out they were not black. And it is a major, like, I could only imagine what your auric field would look like to find out, no, you weren't that. That's like a person putting on a costume that doesn't represent them. And then to find out, no, that isn't you. This is you. And you have the right to be that. And the government gave you the right to be that. And you can write the contract out to be that. And they have to honor it because they're the ones who issued the contract for you. See what I'm saying? Now you're going to change the energy field.
And you have Neil deGrasse. Now he has to come out and promote this fact. He was on this conference. He has a tape on it. He heard you. He's been the man with all.
Well, I don't know if he heard me because that was a recording.
But
both of those days was a recording.
If he played it back,
we'll see. But he will. I know this. The young guy who said he was from the future. Remember the guy was on Dr. Phil, and he was staying home. He wasn't doing anything, and he's talking about he's connected to a collective consciousness.
I saw that clip. Yeah.
Okay. He interviewed Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I didn't know that.
The video's up on YouTube.
I'll check it.
That young boy interviewed him, and they were having a good, when it's like, hey, let's talk hoops. Oh yeah, man. And this guy used to rock people with that baby crossover, right? You could talk on that level, you resonate. That's the type of conversation they were having. So he may have sounded like a fool on Dr. Phil, but when he spoke with Neil deGrasse, oh, they was all talking physics, pressure, density levels. It was no problem. So since Neil deGrasse can talk to this young guy saying he's connected to a computer cyborg and a collective consciousness, saying we, and it happened in a year because he went to college. So the boy ain't stupid. Went to college, came home, and she said he wasn't the same when he came back from college. He just seemed isolated, etc. But he could speak to Neil deGrasse Tyson. See, this is why I'm laughing at that, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson, and the next one, what the people who did the documentary called "What the Bleep Do We Know?" And I have the rabbit hole edition where they interview all the physicists, the scientists, all the intellectuals, all the philosophers, right? Even, and the best one was he was Tibetan Lama. He was the best one, and said there's two realities. The reality we live in is an illusion, and the ultimate reality, there's nothing. And I said, when I got the Tao, I had two different versions of it. One was printed off the net. The other one was a book. And when I looked at the book one, I said, oh, they're hiding the fact that the ultimate reality is that there is darkness. That is the ultimate reality. But the Chinese will translate that and say nothingness, because if you say nothing is similar to clearness. Oh, well, then that would explain why these Amorites always be looking at saying God looks pale, or the spirit, or the auric field. That's just a reflection that comes through a prism that gives you the colors in the visible light spectrum, which originated in the darkness. And we know triple darkness, where if you put your hand in front of your face in the dark, you can't even see it. That's what we're talking about. So that is a sign to me, and we'll go back again. This is for all you people out there, especially for the people that watch the replay. This is Chief Nanya-shaabu, Plenipotentiary of the planet at the UN. The UN just acknowledged me.
We were up 5 in the morning with you, Marco. I was up 10 minutes to 5.
Right? And on top of that, let's go, because I put an NFT up. So while we're on that subject, I put the NFT, actually put two up. One I got delayed. You know about that one with the Vatican. They blocked that one. I couldn't put that one up when I was teaching you all for a class, for a crypto class. All right, so let's go to created. And here we go. So if you go to, this is a collection here, Plenipotentiary of Earth token. Is it in this one? Yes. Okay, so here's the picture here. So this is Chief Nanya-shaabu L, registered copyright trademark intervention at the 2023 Social Forum of the Human Rights Council, Geneva, Switzerland. So this is an NFT. So I'll put this in the chat for any of you people who wish to get a copy. This will be definitely a keeper, a memento. This will be major, and only 20. This is an actual token. I made this one NFT, pardon me, NFT. So this one will be, and only 20,000 of those. They moved everything up because I like to keep them around $1 to $3, 5 max. Now the minimum was $4 or 4.69 Matic. It comes out to $3 and now it went up. Oh, it went up. It was $3.13 when I put it up. Now it's at $3.18. Oh yes, you can get this. Is anyone who wants, you just go, you click on buy one now, and when you click on buy one now, you connect your wallet as you see here, and then you can buy it. You can get as many as you want. I got 20,000. So this is major, 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 major. So that's this one. Then we're going to go back to my other collection, which is under the Sublimis Deus, which I notarized, a copy of which sent back to the Vatican for some autochtons that have some commercial issues. And here is the video that I sent where I voided out the papal bull of 1492 on September 9th, 2008. This is a lot of work that I've done. And so that's why when fly-by-nighters and people who want to get emotional, I'm like, just give me your facts. What you got? What you doing? I've emailed the Pope. I've emailed the Pope on behalf of autochtons that in our nation, some who weren't in our nation, and I was emailing letters. I've sent letters to people in court cases in the Caribbean, specifically in Cairo, to help them, and the courts have honored it. Now, when the courts, judges, public officials see this, they're going to realize that, yeah, the UN knows what I have done. Let's see, where's that? Okay, there we go. And my picture's up on there because you have to get approved for those credentials. You can't just, they're not just going to let anybody, they're going to check who this person is. So the fact that they put that picture as the thumbnail for day 2, that's y'all sign. You're not going to get, there's nobody. I've challenged the best, the brightest, all of them. The people who are saying they're dark side, dark man, I challenge all of them. I'm like, your modality is not the issue. The issue is your syntax. Because you're using words that are creating a resonance that do not, that's like putting, what they say, putting a round a circle in a square hole, not going to work.
And Maku, I wanted to add as well too that due to the rudeness of, due to the disruption of Cuba in the conference, you stood out tremendously because all that disruption and, hey, you guys need to stop, it was almost like I said, it was getting rowdy. That when you came on, that was just super intelligence. And it probably just, the room probably just got quiet. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, Cuba had me scared. I was like, because when I saw that, my first thing is, how did that guy get accredited? Because he was there physically. So I'm like, how did he get accredited? And then the chair was more than honorable. He was more than, he gave him a one time, then a second time, went away, came back to him. Then he still did. He's like, okay, doesn't look like you're gonna, boom. Then the next day, day 2, the day I spoke, he spoke and did his speech. But then I listened to it and I realized, yes, he wasn't out of bounds. That guy wasn't out of bounds. When you listen to the speech, he was bringing up the issue because other countries were saying how their country is blocking internet or they'll use the computer to target people. And they said, so there has to be a defense, and they're naming the name of the countries that are abusing them. There was no point of order on that. So something between that organization and the government of Cuba was what they've been, so they definitely, those two were throwing down. And then after the first day after he was done, even though the mic was off, I heard some Spanish going. I said, oh gosh, man. I said, not in Switzerland. Come on, y'all. Not in Switzerland. Damn, they gonna pull the knives out.
Lucian. That's for sure. And Marco, I have a question for you. When a judge commits genocide on me, what steps do we take to hit his limits of liability, or to sue him for that?
Well, again, we're not looking to sue. That's too cumbersome. See, they get mad when we start doing the liens, but the UCC covers that. Now, with what happened with what I did, oh, this is all fair game. Like, if there was any doubt before, here, let me put it on the screen again. Because Black people, they forget. except for when it's party time or they go to the strip club. They ain't forget that money. The thing here is, when you look at the picture, I wasn't even expecting to be put up. I just wanted to do the intervention, and I was good with that. They put my picture up on there. So that means all the people in the Western Hemisphere, all the people of African descent, I called all of y'all out. This makes y'all look like this proves my point. You all are on a plantation. You are domestic. You're domestic. The Black professionals, they can't go to the UN because this is something they should be dealing with. But that would make it what? International law. Black has no standing at law. That's not only in the US. That's in the Caribbean. That's in Switzerland. That's in England. That's in Europe. They don't have standing at law. That's in Brazil, especially in Brazil. So how do you fix that? You can't do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. That's the legal definition of insanity. Really, it should be outsanity, because you're outside of your mind or out your mind. Whereas if you're in your mind and in your sanity, insanity is really a positive phrase, not negative. So this puts all the people who say they're doing stuff on the spot, because now people can say, well, Chief Nanya-shaabu spoke at a Human Rights Council third meeting. We even got a picture of his ID badge. So all the so-called grassroots, Black Lives Matter, we know that's George Soros, but we include them in that. All your what's his name, Nature Boy and Polite, and who's the other one? Well, Polite, he's on ice these days. Who's the other one? Young Pharaoh, Saw Knitter, Knitter Nafu. What's the other one? Not Knitter Nafu. Knitter Nafu, you're in good standing. You're in positive standing, Knitter Nafu. I'm talking about Saw Knitter, and there's the other one, Sarah Sutin Seti, and the red pill, blue pill, 19 Keys.
All of them. Yeah.
Roland Martin, Dr. Boyce Watkins. Yes, I'm naming all of them. My Professor Griffin, Public Enemy, Chuck D. Let's see, who else? Y'all give me some names. Give me some names in the chat. Yeah, Taj Tariq Bey, Yusuf L, Jonah Bey. Say, who?
Who was Farrakhan?
Oh gosh, especially him, because I direct messaged him. Sarak, thank you, Nitanafu. Sarak. Ravana Bey, yes. Alim Bey, Nakim Bey, right? The Mark Christopher, yeah, that flat-headed reptilian Indus. Oh, Asir, the Duke of Tears. Anna Von Reitz. Can't see her face for nothing. Don't know what that woman looked like, but everybody's picking her up. Hendo Henderson, yes. Jonah Bey, yes. Come on, y'all. Don't get shy now.
9 Keys. I think that's his name. 19 Keys.
Oh, yeah, that's 3 times 19, boy. And he interviewed Billy Carson, right? Same thing. Billy Carson, Phil Valentine, yep. So you see the point here. Explain this. Explain this. I'm wearing a namuz. I am wearing a namuz. That shows they know what that meant, because they're doing the occult stuff. Remember, what did they do? What was it for the French Olympics? Remember, they did a ritual. Everybody remembers for the French Olympics. People said, what the, this was, I think, for the opening, and they had a whole bunch of Baphomet and stuff going on there for the Olympics they had. Anybody remember that? If you remember, put it in the chat. Dr. Umar Johnson. Oh yeah, Mr. Prince of Pan-African. Pan is the goat man. Okay, you got it, Dr. Umar. Chief Warhorse. Oh, let's not forget the other guy. The first Americans were Africans. Dr. David Imhotep. No, Dr. Y'all know the first Americans were Africans. Imhotep, I think, Dr. Imhotep. The Holy Coptic Church in London. Yes. The Holy Coptic Church in London. Hellraiser. Sharif Bey. Billy Carson. Ice Cube. Clyde Ledbetter. Russell Gould. See? So now all of them. Killer Priest. KRS-One. Yes. The teacher.
And to think Mark Christopher cut you off of his webinar for wearing the Namus.
Yes.
Now you're on the cover of the UN wearing the Namus, Mark Christopher.
Oh, listen, someone should take a picture of that and give that to Mark and send it to him. Oh, yes. United Nations, like, yes. Let's see, Clyde Ledbetter, Killer Priest, Winston Shrout, Ampak Moors, Killer Mike. Oh, yeah, him down in Atlanta. Gene Keating, I Self-Law Master. Yes. Nation of Islam. Yes. Oh, yes. All of them have to explain. If you all say you're a man and you're human, they should have been here for this. What does it say here? What council is that? Aferti, can you see that?
Looking up.
Good morning.
Oh, hold on. What does it say here?
Human Rights Council.
So when Black people are talking about having human rights, they have to get onto that international. What did Malcolm X say? Malcolm X said, you got to petition the United Nations for the atrocities that the US government has done to the American Negro. That was late 68, 69. They didn't listen to Malcolm X. Medgar Evers and all that. Civil rights is a privilege. That's why they love civil rights. You have to have standing at law just to get civil rights. Y'all hearing me? Y'all hearing me? Yeah, Nubians, the Sabaeans. So this put all of them on blast. Sophia Stewart. Yes, Sophia Stewart, the mother of the Matrix. That 304. And we spoke for a good while. So game time is playtime is over. This picture right here, I got ancestors around me. Listen, I know that off in the left here, you can't see it, but if we go to the X here, I can get the picture up. I'll show everyone the picture. Oh, let me go to my bookmarks. You can bookmark on your Twitter. So if you have a post you really like, you can bookmark it. Let's see. Ooh, I put so much up yesterday. It was hilarious. Okay, that's the video there.
Against the computer.
Let me see here. Which one will we here? What? Why don't we? Yeah, let's play the video. For some people who may not have seen it, let me play it.
Will the courts enforce this? Can they enforce punishment?
Oh, hold on. That's not the good one. That was the I recorded that and then they cut the live feed, so I had to wait till they started back. Oh yes. Oh yeah, this put all of them. You have to live the life you advocate. That's what it comes down to, Aferti. You can't say you know this, that, and then you're wearing a suit and tie, going to a function talking about you conscious. That's not gonna cut it anymore.
At-sik-hata nation of Yamassee, you have to know. Is that in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
Greetings. Oh, yes. Oh. Can you hear me? Yes, yes. Please proceed. Yes, thank you. On behalf of our nation, challenges and risks. One of the challenges for emerging technologies is admitting to a serious software programming error. Black means pale in Old English. Currently, the computer sees hashtag 6 zeros. White, as defined by computer programming code, is hashtag 6Fs. White also means a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa, as defined by the Center for Disease Control, ACRO, U.S. Department of Education. This programming error must be corrected immediately. The legal maxim is Black has no standing at law. With facial recognition technology biased toward darker skin complexions, human rights abuses will potentially happen by current and emerging technology. Black is not even defined in Black's Law Dictionary. How and who will punish a computer for violating human rights? What is a computer punishment for violating human rights? How will the courts enforce this? Can they enforce punishment against a computer for violation of human rights? Currently, human neurons and human aura energy are being stolen by Wi-Fi body area networks with the full knowledge of government examples, Canada's knowledge of biodivergence happening now. What is the remedy? Tawad to the Nitiru. Thank you for all participants. Thank you. Thank you, Institute for At-sik.
So as you can see here in the video, this is an actual, this is the Egyptian book coming forth by day. They call it the Book of the Dead. And so here the Ankh, this is papyrus here on my right shoulder. It'll be your left. And Anabu, Anfu, and a much honor to Bobby Hemmett, because that's where I got that. I got that directly from Bobby Hemmett. He mailed that to me. That's where I got that from. This statue, Sa's got to inform me which one this, if we got this or if y'all sent that to us. And of course, our ensign. So this is how we have to roll spiritually. That's how that has to be. All right?
Much appreciated.
Much appreciated. Katie Cram, go right ahead.
Hi, Chief. It's nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to say, first off, thank you for hosting this open QA. It's definitely a privilege to get to have a conversation with you. I've heard a lot about you from my friend Anu.
Yes.
Yes. So I guess coming in here, I've just been kind of listening along because I'm new with all of this. Myself, like just as a person, and I'm seeing, you talked a lot about like the dangers of AI, and now we have all of these different, distractions with, you going from COVID to Ukraine to Israel. And just in the last few years, I feel especially like with what has happened with COVID, I'm really just observing this tightening grip of the cabal like on humanity. And I guess my question to you, and I'm sorry if this is broad, but what can I do like as an individual to reclaim my power?
Okay. What you're going to have to do, I'm just pulling it up here. This will be the this is going to be the visual, and then I'm going to go into greater detail. Let's see, where are you hiding? Always, where are you hiding? Oh, maybe I could go on my NFT. I probably could go there. Yeah, I think I could go there on my NFT. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll go get it on my NFT because I thought I had the picture here. Now, starting point is you have to start telling. Now, all you could do is tell them whether Black people want to accept it or not is not really your responsibility, but you do have to tell them that they're actually the white people and you are actually the leper. You are actually the black woman. That's your starting point. Because with, like I mentioned earlier, and I have a real problem with the people that are supposed to be in the New Age movement. I have a real issue with them when they won't tell the truth about who was here first on the planet. And yet science always explains that all other races came out of the darker races. So that's your starting point. I'm just going to put the picture. I got to go to my NFT here. Oh, the other tab. Great. So when we go on OpenSea, I have a picture that has been put up there for quite a while now. And this is the remedy that I used for fixing the computer problem. Now, it's not in any particular order in terms of which is first in terms of activation, but you have to tell Black people that they are actually white. And this is based on the definition of the US Department of Education and the US Census. Here we go. This is the picture. So this is a picture here. This is the remedy for the computer code. I'm going to open an image in another tab. Great. Okay, can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is an African woman breastfeeding her albino child. Now, it is known fact that pale skin is a genetic mutation. And as such, you have to be concerned about skin cancer, correct?
Oh yeah, lobster.
Okay. So now when we look at what the computer, like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to zoom in here, make this a little bigger. There we go. So when we go to the computer code now, the computer code, decimal code, red, green, and blue, 255, 255, 255. The hexadecimal code is hashtag 6F, which is what I said yesterday at the UN. Now, this is should be associated with the word white, the word dark, and carbon. And these words should be connected to this color. So whether it's written or orally spoken, anytime you say white, dark, or carbon, it should be connected to this color. Black, because Old English black means pale, then it should be connected to this color, which will give you the value of hashtag 6 zeros and 0000 for red, green, and blue. So that's the first thing. Now, can you accept that you are not a descendant of the original people on the planet?
Well, I think I've always known that I'm not from here. And I've had, I think I can relate to that for sure, in the sense that, like you were talking, I can be outside for a certain amount of time before I am in physical agony, essentially, from the sun.
So that means, therefore, it is obvious there's something, your genes don't seem to, you have an issue with the sun, your genes, etc. Through no fault of your own. Now, everyone knows that life began with what they call Africa. Nobody disputes that. I extend that to the connection. I extend that to this connection. Therefore, she would be indigenous. That means anybody with copper-colored, caramel-colored skin, they're actually indigenous. Then that means the planet is ours. That means all the resources that everybody is getting, and the mining companies and the permits and the licenses, it's all what do you call it's theft, but they've made it so look so crisp and clean, and pristine and looks legal, but the reality of it is it's dressed up theft. And now when people in the countries that they're trying to control don't want to play ball, then they have to try to character assassinate them. I know where you all come from. I know you all are from another star constellation. So that reality is another reality that you all have to start being honest about, and you have to start telling the truth. You can't fight the cabal when the superheroes are in a position where we can't be at our maximum. And it starts as simply with you saying, I know you're the white person, I'm the black woman. The moment you can say that, then I know you're trying to save the planet. You want to be part of the solution. But if that can't be said, this is the code here. W3C has this. I did get a response from one of the board members. He was a professor from MIT. But he said, oh, I don't see a problem within the scope. And I said, of course, you can't see it. Because again, with the mutation comes a change in your perception. Because if your pineal gland is calcified, you're not going to see what we're seeing. When you think about some of the movies, like Black Panther was the biggest thing ever, a movie with nothing but black people in the movie, except for one white guy, as they say. But the thing is, look at that. That movie came out, what, 2016? 2016, 2017? Somebody knows it, put it in the chat. And what happened? That took that long for a movie of that magnitude with people with copper-colored, dark skin complexion to have a movie that Hollywood said, okay, we'll give you the $200 million to make the movie in 2016, 2017. So if it took them 2 years to make it, it took that long for that type of a movie, a big budget movie of that magnitude, to be put out there. So that's not saying it's not really looking good in terms of it's taking this long. What is the problem? Because when people say karma, I don't like the word karma because that's incorrect, because that's already been defined by someone who's from the Indus. I'm not saying Hindu, because they said they're Indus, and they said the English told them they were Hindu. They used to say Indus, and then they'd say, you know, you all change words. And somebody will say, this is my name. Oh, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say I'm an option. I'm going to say Tony. That's how that is. So they have realized that there is a problem now. We can't assist. You want assistance to fight the cabal, and that's not going to happen until you tell the truth about who we really are, being the first people on the planet. The moment that happens, the people in the New Age community, the people who are all into their transcendent meditation, the people who are talking that they're channeling spirits from other dimensions, to me, that's a lie, because science keeps showing that we are the first. Everybody comes from us. We are their mothers and fathers. And if the people who are into their Bible, then they need to honor the phrase where it says, honor thy mother and thy father, that their days shall be long upon the earth. They don't honor that except for when they want something. So the starting point is accepting the fact you're not a descendant of the original people on the planet, that you have to tell African Americans you know they're white. That's all you can do, is tell them. Whether they want to accept it or not, you're not responsible for that. I tell that to autochtons too. You tell them they don't want to listen to it, fine. Keep wearing the kick me sign. After that, the next stage is you have to start speaking about the accomplishments that I have done, accomplishments that, yes, there's a nation of white autochtons, and they are actually making a significant effect to the planet, because I watch Alex Collier's videos. I watch a lot of David Icke. All I have been noticing is it gets to a certain point of intellectual, then they climax, then it drops back down into Christianity. And I'm like, why do you guys keep going back to Christianity? When they know Caesar Borgia is the image that they use for Jesus. So this image here is the image that is out. It's on the internet. It's on my NFT. It's on OpenSea. Nobody's contested it. Nobody's challenged it. Nobody's debated me on it. So that means, what's the concern? What is it that people who call themselves white, who are actually lepers, what is it that you all are concerned about losing? Cause and effect, not karma. Karma means what I'm here to do. It's cause and effect. So the people who are Amorites, y'all need to do like a press conference and come clean and at least put it out there in the universe. Yes, we know you are the gods. And I'm talking about the ones that's contracted like us, but you could still, for the sake of the black people, say, I know they're white. But when it comes to the deities, that's us. All the ones who are white are the deities. All the black people, they're actually white. But if they don't want to, they've become subject to that Psalms 82:6. I said that ye are gods and you are children of the Most High, but ye shall die like men because you refuse to accept. It's all there. So that's the starting point. That's what has to be done. There's nobody on this planet, I don't care which group it is, that wants to fight the cabal is going to win without us, because our carbon is the molecule. We're the center. We are the atom. Nothing happens on this planet for something of that magnitude. We have to be involved in it. And it can't be, you ain't be putting us in this game like pawns. We gonna be the rooks, we gonna be the knights, we gonna be the kings, we gonna be the queens. We ain't gonna be the pawns. Go ahead, turn your mic on.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen the documents that you put out on OpenSea. And I think that it's been remarkable how you've been, I guess, educating the public on commercial law.
Yes.
It's something that I'm still very new to. Before I actually met Anu, like, I was considering becoming a sovereign citizen, and he was the one that explained to me that, you know, like, why that's oxymoronic and why, you know, they're actually like on the domestic terrorist list, I believe, the FBI's domestic terrorist list.
Mm-hmm.
And so in a lot of ways, I think that, I don't know, my personal contention with that, now that I've been a little bit more down the rabbit hole, is there's a lot of just deliberate CIA movement from people that are discovering, you know, the fraud of the financial system and wanting their way out of it, because I think that a lot of humanity is waking up to the fact that we are all slaves. And so I think, I guess in terms of a practical matter, like how can I like move forward in terms of just getting out of this system and not how do I word this, just living the life of the straw man and being tied to the debt, you know, and all of this associated with that. Like, what would be the steps to get out of that system?
First step, I'll go back to this picture again. Winston Shrout, Gene Keating, Jack Smith, all of those guys are teaching commercial law, but what they're not doing, Russell Gould, same thing with the quantum. But the problem is, Black has no standing at law. So if you, for example, what do I need to do to get out? You have to tell the truth on what, because the hierarchy is structured, when you talk about the cabal, the hierarchy is structured on dead bones. You know that, right?
Right.
You know that the Wall Street is built on an African cemetery. You know that, right?
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
but
if you watch the movie, did you watch the movie National Treasure?
Oh,
With
years ago.
Nicolas Cage?
Years ago.
Go back and watch that and watch part 2. Part 2 talks about the Olmecs. Here at the wall, they went and found it that there is an African right in the heart of the financial district, African cemetery. I said, oh, so they're doing necromancy. That's what they're doing. Taking the energy of the dead. That's, you saw the Matrix movies, right?
Right.
Okay, what did Morpheus tell Neo? I watched them liquefy the blood of the dead and feed it intravenously to the living. What's happening now? What are they saying that Pepsi's doing? Putting blood in the Pepsi to help with the flavoring. What is it? Cherry Coke? No, well, definitely Pepsi. The chips, that they're adding blood to the chips. You heard about that, right?
Right. I've heard about that. Yeah.
Okay, so that's called micro dosing. So like, we're just going to do a little bit at a time, and then these people will start they're cannibalizing themselves. So starting point is that if you can accept that and speak that, is one thing to accept is accepted. The next thing is to speak that, and you have to do what we do, which is advertise and say, hey, the same way they want all these different entities, and we say we don't want these beings here and get off the planet. You have to acknowledge who was here first. That's your starting point, because everything that they're doing commercially is on our land. I've claimed the planet back. Nobody said anything. Not Jack Smith, Gene Keating, none of the sovereign citizen groups, none of them. They're all talking about the Constitution going back to the 13 companies. And I always ask us, I've ran into a couple of sovereign citizens and I asked them, okay, what's the name of the land you're on? And they're like, what? I said, yeah, what's the name of the land you're on? If you say you're a sovereign citizen, then what is the name of the land you're on? Because that means you're saying the land is yours, so you have to claim it. If you claim it, it has to have a name. What's the name? Can't give me one. I said, yeah, because here's Turtle Island. That's why. So you're on our land. So forget the Native Americans. It's that their stuff is being exposed now that they're not even from here. They're from China, from the Red Deer Caves. So that's your starting point first, to acknowledge who's who on the planet. The planet is ours. There's a NASA astronaut who acknowledged that we're the original owners. I'm the only one who went out commercially and have claimed it, to the point where I faxed. The IMF knows about it. The World Bank knows about it because I faxed them. Plus, I have an NFT on OpenSea regarding that. So it's only a matter of time before they realize that they have to deal with the claims that I put out, not only autochthonously, but also for our nation. So people who are in our nation are part of those claims. So that's your starting point, is acknowledging that. Once you acknowledge that and can honestly say, yes, you're actually a leper, you're an Amorite, you're not a white woman, then we get into, okay, you come on the webinar, you got to go through a screening process, because first is, if you take the jab, you can't do this process, period. If you just did the PCR test, then you could do this, but you're going to have to put a claim against the testing company. You might have been aware, or you heard in a couple weeks ago, that 23andMe got hacked, and people's DNA now is being sold on the dark web. Did you hear about that?
I have, actually. And I wanted to ask you about that too. You're knowledgeable on that subject matter. Like, I never took any PCR tests. I didn't take the jab because that's how they murdered my grandmother in her nursing home. So she was one of the first victims of the Pfizer vaccine, and I tried to warn everybody, but people. But anyway, I did a few years ago. I went to a psychiatrist's office that, like, through my California state insurance Medi-Cal. And before they would even give me any medication, I was forced to take a DNA test. And I remember thinking that that was so strange. Like, how does the state, where, like, I can't even go and get fillings that don't have mercury, I was going to spend all of this money for me to get a DNA test. And it was explained to me by the nurse practitioner that was prescribing the medication that they needed to see what I was genetically predisposed to as far as like what was going to be the most effective form of treatment for me. So this was like maybe 2016, 2017. And I remember thinking at the time, like what are you going to do with this? And they told me that it was going to go into a database. And so now that like all these disclosures are coming out about like all these databases that contain people's DNA, what the hell is happening with this? Like
It's
why
called
did they
energy harvesting. Energy harvesting. Now, fighting that, you can't look at the ID, the straw man, the Sesti trust, and say that's you. If you do, what do you want to call it? Translating, teleporting, or transferring yourself down to a one-dimensional piece of paper. That's what I say. Let me see your ID. And then they look down. Okay, yeah, this is you. But if you go camping, you go out into the woods, you go into nature, nature don't need that. You take a look, oh, that's a bear over there. Oh, let's get inside. Oh, look at that deer, that white-tailed deer. Oh my gosh, look at the gopher. Look at the cardinals. Look at the blue jays. So how come animals don't need identification, but we do, and we're supposed to be top of the food chain? That's, again, lying, false information. So again, you can't fight the testing company when you have a contractual debtor status. U.S. was dissolved on October 12th, 2021, and most people don't even know about that. And now the War of 1812 that they were fighting against, that's all gone now. That's why Joe Biden said what he said. God save the Queen, man. Y'all was supposed to rush his old ass and jack him up for even speaking that. That was a treason. He told the world he committed treason. God save the Queen, man. And she was dead. So all the people talking aren't looking at what's happening. Where was the source of all this coming from? It was coming from the UK. So they said, okay, we'll let those barbarians, those ruffians, rabble-rousers, as Barack Obama called, we'll let the rabble-rousers in the US think they're free. Give them the illusion they're free. But we still running the show. Now that they're dissolved, all of that property that was held in trust falls up underneath who? The crown. The crown equals the Red Shield Rothschilds. And I have a lien on the Rothschilds, active lien on the Rothschilds. That's part of the lien I did on Elizabeth II, which has been certified by the Commonwealth of Kentucky, which I have an NFT on OpenSea that people, if they want, they can purchase that as well. And it's been getting value. The last time I looked, it went up to like $19. That's in terms of tokens. People are giving me tokens for that. So that's your starting point. Accept the fact you're not a white woman, you're a black woman. And what you do after that is we do a screening process to make sure you're not magnetized. Once that, and I'll show you how to do that, you get the email. Then once you pass that, then we come on to the webinar. Your situation, the only thing you're going to be doing is the statutory claim to the Internal Revenue Service. That's all you're going to be doing. And then you're done. And then from that is training.
So do you how do I find access like to your webinar? Like is there
every Monday? It's every Monday. It's in the, if you've been watching my videos, I put in the description box how you can get in touch with me, how you can call, email. I'm telling you now that you can send an email to aspwebinar@protonmail.com, anyone else who's not on the webinar, and then we'll communicate that to you. And you'll have to do a video showing you're not magnetized. You'll publish the video. I'll see it. And then once that's done, then we'll communicate with you and let you know to come on the webinar, because we'll send the link out. That's how we operate.
And you said like if people are magnetized, like say from the jab, that they would then lean like the pharmaceutical companies, or
No, I didn't say that. I said what we're going to do is if you've done the jab, you can't do this process at all.
oh
You
really?
can't do it at all if you took the jab, because it's already came out that the people who've taken the jab, when you scan their injection site, they have what's called a product code comes up, and that's their product number.
So by that point, like their body is officially like their property in a sense.
Well, their property for doing that. I mean, technically, their property with the PCR test, but the difference with the PCR test and the jab is the PCR you can contest the fact that you were tricked, whereas with the jab, those people have graphene oxide in their body, so they got from 0 to 3 years life expectancy. I'm waiting to see what happens with the insurance claims when people start dying, and the insurance companies are going to start saying, hey, did this person take the jab? Because it just came out that Pfizer had DNA contamination in the jab, which they didn't tell the FDA, because if they did that, it wouldn't have got approved. They did the same thing for the government of Canada. And so that means, okay, it's coming out that they knew this was no good. Plus, the Pfizer hid their trial testing, and they said 79% of the people who took the jab died. They kept that out, because if that would have came out, it wouldn't have been approved.
That is so trippy. I mean, I absolutely believe it. Everybody that I know who has gotten the vaccine has had extremely negative side effects. And like I said, people that I know have died. And so I mean, I was never going to do it. Right when COVID happened and they said vaccine, I was like, no, I don't want anything you people want to inject in my body. But it's interesting, isn't it, how people's like their fear of their own mortality or like fear of like losing their livelihood is what made them give into this, because to me it's so common sense. Why would you do something that just hasn't been out there, even if you're
Some
not
people
aware of
don't.
the
It just shows how free they were not. If they were free, they wouldn't take the jab. If they weren't free and I have to do it to keep a roof over my head, to do this, to do that, then that means they weren't free. Did everybody hear what I just said? If they tried to fight it and didn't fight it, at least some of the people in New York who work for the city, they got reinstated, had to get their job back, had to get back pay, and had to get bump in pay because of what happened. Because they said, oh, doing that was unconstitutional. So why is it went from that extreme now to a sensible extreme? Because there's too many people dying. What it is, can someone confirm? I'm going to get to the questions, everyone. Just hold on a second. Can someone confirm? I hear that LeBron James is taking a year off from playing. Is that true?
Oh, wow.
Because his son plays at USC and his son collapsed at practice. Y'all, for those that didn't know that. Now I'm hearing the last couple of days he's supposed to be taking a year off. I said, oh, after his son collapsed, you didn't hear nothing. He didn't tweet anything. You didn't hear nothing because LeBron James is big up on that. They used a lot of those stars to push that jab. So once you follow those steps, you'll be pretty much good to go. I just want you to be aware of the fact that a lot of what's going to happen in the future going forward to fight whatever for freedom, the Black people have to be at full capacity. And the ones who can't, then you can only deal with the ones that are at their full deity capacity. Because the rest of them, most of them ain't going to fight anyway. All right?
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. I mean, it makes sense in every regard. That's why Bill Gates has been going to Africa first to try and reduce the population.
Yeah, Africa's always the testing ground. It's always the first testing ground.
Yeah.
All right then. So look forward to seeing your email and seeing you on Monday.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
You're quite welcome, Katie.
Mhm.
White power. Now you can say white power and not worry about being called a racist, because then you get to do this. You get to pull this. I'm going to put this link here in the chat for people who haven't seen this. This is the definition for the race categories. This is published by the U.S. Department of Education. So when you scroll down, you see U.S. Department of Education. And white is defined as a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Europe is named after an Ethiopian princess. The Middle East is Northeast Africa. And of course, we know where North Africa is. So that's the original people. Black has a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa, and there are none. And the American Indian and Alaska Native is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, who maintains cultural identification through tribal affiliation or community attachment. All right. Oh, let me put this in the chat for everybody, so you all have it now. Let's see who's next. I'm going to go in the chats because I see a whole bunch of chats there, everyone. So just hold on a second for the people who got their hands up. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, Anu, the former NASA astronaut, that's on one of the now facts. Either 209 or 219. So check out 209 or 219. Let me see here. Okay, Mishi X, yeah, I'm just finished. Al-Kibalan, Revivalist Movement, London, yep. So I don't want to miss out those people. Okay, Black Panther came out 2018, February 14th. Yeah, right on Valentine's Day. Interesting. Coagulated blood. Interesting. Okay, who is Nasia? Where's Nasia? Yeah, you got to put your camera on, Nasia. I don't answer questions where I can't see people. No risk, no reward. So unless you're traveling or you have mic problems, then I'm going to have to put you in the waiting room. So, all right. William Crowley, where's William Crowley? Oh, there you are. Go ahead. Yeah, you got to turn your mic on.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Greetings. Where are you from? Where you at?
I'm in Florida, and I'm a guest of Ajani or April Denmark, Ajani.
Yes.
And I know she shared some information with you regarding myself and Tony LeGrand. So I had some questions. We were talking, and we have organizations that I'm presently involved in as well. And I noticed you were kind of harsh on your position on a lot of the organizations that are out there. I'm not in part of any of them. I came from more so the revolutionary side. But nevertheless, I heard the Nuwapians, which Anthony LeGrand, who is on with us as well, he was part of the Nuwapi and no longer part of them. But you said you can't. Are you saying that you're not interested in coalition building, working with any of these groups because you have the ultimate strategy, the ultimate plans?
Okay, I'm going to answer that. That's a very valid question. Since 2007, when I found the SF-181 forum, and we're in what year? 2023, going into 2024. It's been
What was that form
60,
again?
the SF-181.
Okay.
Yeah, I found it. I'm the one that found it. I'm the one that knew we were white because I found that. I was looking for another commercial form and found that one. And that's
Okay.
when then from that form, I saw the consistency, like how I'm showing the race and ethnicity definitions here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and now I'm going to pull up the census about the topic of race. And this is US Census, and this is global. So it's not just because it's in the States, this is global. And foreign students from Africa or other places, they have to go through US Customs. They're going to get classified as white when they come over into the US corporation. So about the topic of race, white, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. American Indian or Alaska Native, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America. That's the Olmecs, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. And then Black or African American, a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. So my question is, why aren't the Black people getting upset about the fact that all the other races, Asian, original peoples, Native Hawaiian, original peoples, but they don't have nothing for Black? So if you look at this from a different perspective, from an authoritative ruling perspective, we know who the original people are, but we're going to get them to call themselves something that cannot be found anthropologically, they can't be found genetically, and they cannot be found spiritually even. Because if I go to a museum, I could see the Nubians, the Nubian culture, I could see Egyptian, I could see Akkadian, I could see these are all the different races. Oh, these are the Olmecs, right? These are the Chickasaw, the Cherokee. Those are people. Black is not a people, period. So right off the top, saying that puts them in the category of non-existence. This is based on the Dred Scott decision of 1857, which still has not been overturned. So now when we go down, the 1997, I didn't know about this in 97, and I found it in 07. That was 10 years after they released this. The OMB standards permit the reporting of more than one race. An individual's response to the race question is based upon self-identification. Then they start a new paragraph, which I have highlighted underneath. An individual's response to the race question is based upon self-identification. What is race? Again, Census Bureau collects racial data in accordance with the guidelines provided by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, OMB, and these data are based on self-identification. Now you got these Amorite men walking around saying they identify as a he, she, they, called me a woman, and nobody says nothing about that. Here the government is saying, sir, Mr. Crowley, they're not saying it, but they're saying it. You follow what I'm saying?
Okay.
They're not saying it, but they're saying it with this paper. You can self-identify. You ain't got to be Black no more. Tiffany Haddish, the actress from Girls Trip, said when the census came to her house, she thought the guy was playing when she said, pick a race. Oh, I'm Caucasian. And she thought he was going to joke. He marked it off. She said her life went bam. Now, she'd been in the business for 14 years. So when they said she was a breakout actress, she had to tell them, no, I'm not a breakout actress. I've been around for 14 years in the movie industry, in the entertainment industry. She said, I went all up and down California doing bar mitzvahs and doing stand-up and comedy and all of that stuff. So this
Go ahead. But her things. I mean, I watched that skit. I mean, that was like. I mean, she was joking about that. She didn't go through your program or anything to
No, but
become.
she did it. She did it
She just said it.
intuitively. That was
Right,
intuitive, and she told people, "I got the keys to break the matrix. Check
Okay.
a different box." My process is the way I'm doing the process is because there's a lot of dishonor. You notice, I notice, all of us here know when you have something, they like to dishonor the, or a public official will want to dishonor. Okay, now how do you handle when they dishonor? What is the remedy for that? How do you deal with that? So we have House Joint Resolution 194, where the US Congress apologized to African Americans for slavery. They apologized and they said, we acknowledge we robbed African Americans of their names and their heritage. So what that means is when you got to claim your name and heritage back, according to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Articles 3, we have the right to self-determination in Article 4. However, because we're dealing with public officials and some of them look like you, they gonna get mad like a good plantation Negro. They're gonna be upset that how this guy thinking he white. Now I gotta give him something that generally people who don't look like him get, but now he gets it and I can't get it. Now I'm not gonna let him get like that. I'm gonna fight him on it. So that's when we have to tell them, listen, if you don't honor this, do you know what Title 18 USC section, we'll start off with 241 is? Deprivation of rights and denial of due process, conspiracy against rights. They'll be like, yeah, I know what 241 is, or they don't. You say, you know, you just committed a felony, right? That happened with one of the autochtons I trained. He filled the form out. He checked off white. The woman thought he made a mistake. He went back to his truck and he was like, hold on. The woman scratched him checking out white and put black. He went back and said, hey, you can't do that. She said, I thought you made a mistake. He said, it don't matter if I made a mistake. You don't have power of attorney to change a form. You just committed a felony. Then, of course, went got her supervisor to try to back her up. That was short-lived. Last I found out, the supervisor got fired, and I think she did, or she may have kept her job, and the supervisor got fired. So those are the type of things I'm talking about. So that is contract. This is what they have published. This is exactly what they have published. So now we're going to move on internationally and go to the Center for Disease Control.
But wait a minute. Before you go into all that, I mean, because I know it's kind of a long-winded response because I know other people are waiting. But my question is, I mean, you know, my original question is, right? I mean, are you willing to work with other groups, even though their line of thinking would be different from yours? Because I hear you're saying you sound like the church by saying, "Oh, I have the ultimate truth, and everybody else is going to hell."
Yeah, I would. No, first of all, I'm not into Jesus. That's the first thing.
I know. I'm just saying that because
second thing is, like I was explaining to you, I've been doing this since 2007. I've known about commerce since 2003. I have approached everybody. Africa Bambaataa, when they had the first meeting of the Moors in New York, right? I was with them. I went to the meeting. I put my name down as a speaker. Nobody contacted me. When I was in Atlanta, Professor Griff, they were doing in the West End, teaching stuff the community should know. I put my name down on the list. Nobody, never got a call. Meanwhile, the mate I had at the time, Professor Griff was speaking with her, but because he kept going back and forth to Japan. So I said, well, why is it? I was going to tell people about UCC and start teaching them. Okay, fine. I didn't want nothing. I just wanted to be able to let people know that, hey, there's a commercial world going on here. You need to know this because you're not going to be able to fight what happens legally and commercially if you don't know about commerce, the law, contract law, etc. So all the different groups I've talked to, Nuwaubians.
Yeah, right? You went to them too?
No, I didn't
You,
have to go to them. Their chief told them to call me. Their chief told them to come see me. Their chief
Malachi?
told them to come to me, and they refused.
Malachi?
I got the documentation.
That
I have the
Malachi came to you.
No, Malachi told them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When you said the chief Malachi, so Malachi told them to come to you. You got the documentation showing that?
He told them to see me. I spoke with his wife from the Sudan. I spoke with
Okay.
key Nubians like Sakina. They know me.
Right, and what you're saying is that you're willing to work with them, but they're not willing to work with you.
Back then, they weren't. I was willing to work with them back then. Right now, their contract is black. I don't have to listen to a thing they got to say because their contract is such. We're in the last year of the UN International Decade for People of African Descent. None of them are talking about it. The Prince of Pan-Africanism, Umar Johnson, he don't talk about that. None of them talk about it. I'm like, why are you guys not talking about the this is the decade, 10 years. 10 years. They had a program, what's called a program of activities. So Benjamin Crump, the National Black Trial Lawyers Association, all of those guys were supposed to be talking about international law and protocols that the African Americans or the Africans of people of African descent in the Western Hemisphere should start talking about and implementing. But instead, they're still focused on civil rights. So I don't have no treaties, no agreements, no contracts, because I get people from the Moorish Science Temple. I've had Nubians, I've had people with Jonah Bay, and they come to me wanting me to help them. And I would tell them, okay, who told you to authenticate your birth certificate? Oh, I got it from Jonah Bay, or somebody who did it that put the video up on YouTube and they followed that person, but they don't know who they got it from. And I said, well, I can't help you because your organization, whether it's Great Seal, Moors at the Round Table, they have established no contract with me. And their foundational contract, their numerative records are African American. They don't care about you bringing UNDRIP or any of those statutes. That's not the issue, because I had a guy who was with Taj, came to me, didn't tell me, was having problems. Then after 6 months, called me every day and talking and coming on the open on my weekly addresses. Then he admitted that he did that what you call it, the stuff, the nationality with Taj. Then I said, why didn't you tell me this? I said, well, you're gonna have to do a video, because why did I have to tell him to do that? The people who he was fighting with, which was Child Protective Services, said, look, we don't have a problem with you being indigenous or the UNDRIP, right? You know, private sidebar, they're telling him, right? Trying to help him out. They're trying to help him out. They said, but 2 years ago, what you did was you gave us this document that said this is what your name was, that's filed in the court. Now you're giving us something different 2 years later. So which one do you think they're going to go with? The one now that puts them in an international law protection,
No, the
or
one
the
that puts
one
them at their
that
advantage.
previous?
The one that
Okay.
puts them at their advantage, yeah.
Okay. So that's that. So they haven't established, none of the groups have established any contract with me. So I can't help them, because the remedy that I provide and show people how to get is not what Moorish Science Temple or the Nubians are getting, because they're still black at their base level. So black equals zero, anything times zero is zero.
So even now, that was then, that was
Yes.
then. So now, but now, nobody. I'm assuming now nobody still has approached you. But if they do, then first of all, they must go through your process before they can coalition build with you. Is that
Oh,
what you're saying?
you're talking about if an organization wanted to come?
Or any of those previous ones that you mentioned earlier?
No, I need you to be specific, because we've got people who were, we had people who were Nubians. They came, I told them what they needed to do. They did a declaration, affidavit of fraud, etc. They have it on the record that if something happens and they want to go back into their past and use an old contract as evidence against them, they'll say, no, We found out that was fraud. So fraud voids a contract. So we went and did that.
Yeah.
Boom. So that's how we've done that. Now, as an organization, right? Here, let's have a good example. Let's say somebody from the Nation of Islam came to me, said, "Hey, we want to establish a contract with you." Said, "You're gonna have to get white." I said, "No, what you're gonna have to do is you have to come on and do my process in order to have standing at law, because they can't defend black right now. As I'm talking to you, what you're saying is reasonable, except the fact that they have no standing at law. That Dred Scott decision in 1857 hasn't been overturned. That's what we told Byron Allen when he fought Comcast. And when I found out the Comcast, how they won the case, they used the 1865 Civil Rights Act, which is supposed to be for African Americans. They used that against him and won. That's how he lost. So prior to that, when he appealed to the Supreme Court, there were some brothers up there in New Jersey, had their own independent station, and one of them was interviewing. I did 2 interviews with them. They're on my YouTube channel. They said, listen, they put out emails, contacted Byron Allen or his people to say, hey, we want to interview him. Wouldn't come to him on the show at all. So he said, hey, I'm going to tell you, you're not going to win that case. What happened? He lost. He lost. Sophia Stewart with The Matrix, she won her judgment. I said, but I did a video. And I said, when Joel Silver, Warner Brothers, and all the people associated with making The Matrix see my video, they know they don't have to pay you nothing. That's when the Wachowski brothers at the time, now they're the Wachowski sisters, because they both went and transitioned to being a female. They went and did that 4th Matrix movie, which was crap. And the reason why I said, I told her this would happen, I said, her and everyone else who was paying attention, when they see you, yeah, you won the civil suit against them, but you don't have standing at law. It's a hidden, that's their, oh, in case they lose, boom, this is their destruct button or whatever. That'll freeze everything. That'll freeze all the black movement. Oh, it looks like they're gonna win. Oh, but they're black. Oh yeah, boom, hit the button, bam, freeze them. So all the organizations, the black organizations, have to get white. I have the precedent. Again, I'm going to show you this picture, just like I'm showing everybody else. The point of the matter is, I'm at the UN. Malcolm X said you have to go international before he got assassinated. Now here it is. I'm at the UN. There are a lot of speakers. I only got to speak 1 minute and 40 seconds. I'm like, why is my face up there for 1 minute and 40 seconds, and other people had 10 minutes to speak? I was in the group of people that only got 90 seconds to speak. I only got 90 seconds, but I'm here on the 3rd meeting. So they know something. That means the UN knows something. They're like, yeah, he's doing it the right way. Black has no standing at law. This is what Barack Obama said. Let me put the picture up here so they know it's not me saying this. I'm not the one that said this. The one that said it was Barack. What was it? African. Okay, past and present. Here it is. He said this on the Tom Joyner Morning Show. And to this day, I know people that's in radio, nobody can get their hands on that audio when he said it. Right here. October 16th, 2012 at 12:18 p.m. on Facebook. Where is it? He said it, not me. So Tom Joyner interviews President Barack Obama on his Tom Joyner Morning Show and greets him by saying it's our first Black president of the United States. President Obama replies, Tom, I don't look at myself as the first Black president because the word Black has no standing at law. So when Black lawyers say that the 13th and 14th Amendments overturned Dred Scott, that is a lie, because this is 2012 that he said this. So that means that the Dred Scott decision is still on the books and the courts still honor it. And it's got to the point now where the Constitution is void in court. So when the Moors want to talk about using the Constitution as a remedy, where's it? Constitution void. All you have to do is type it Constitution void, and you'll see. Hold on, where did I? Constitution. Okay, U.S. Constitution void. This came out of Atlanta back in 2018. Let's see here. U.S. Supreme Court Constitution void. Okay, so let's go here. Where is it here? Marbury notification. Or do I have to do, okay, we're gonna have to do this one. Oh, there we go. Landmark decision, January 18th, 2011. It's coming up. So this came out of Atlanta. U.S. Supreme Court issues landmark decision, Constitution is void. See that?
Uh-huh.
The U.S. Supreme Court issued a landmark decision that serves to allow judges to void the Constitution in their courtrooms. The decision was issued on January 18th, 2011, and the court did not even explain the decision. Docket number 10-632, 10-633, and 10-690. One-word decisions denied. Now, for anyone here who's a skeptic that doesn't believe that is the case, here's what I'm going to do. Go to YouTube and type in Bergen County Judge voids Constitution. That's 13 days later. That's the 31st. Is this it here? No, that's not it. Okay, I'm going to record this. Bergen County Judge voids Constitution.
I can look it up if I need to.
Oh no, I'm gonna look it up now. I'm gonna play this now.
Okay, fine.
I don't play.
Oh,
I don't play that.
I got more questions, but
say that again.
I mean, I know I don't want to hold up for everybody else. I do have another question.
No, see, this is the difference between me and other people. I do 5-6 hours worth of questions. People who've been on here, they know how I roll. It ain't a problem.
Okay.
If I say it's a problem or I say I got to move along, I shall. Other than that, Venezia. There we go. So 13 days after he voided the Constitution, and see the reason why I want to play this. Okay, let's see. Bergen County Judge voids. Where is it? Venezia. Okay, let's try that one. Judge voids Constitution. Let me do that one. Judge voids Constitution in court. Looks like they changed my parameters because it used to come up. Let me see here. No, hold on. I'm gonna find it. Oh no. Okay, Bergen County. Bergen County. There we go. Yeah, here it is. I'll put the link in the chat for everybody. Oh, just to let everybody know, daylight savings time at 2 o'clock Eastern, the clock's going to go back. So remember, this reminder to everybody, 2 o'clock Eastern, daylight savings time. I don't think they have it over in London. If they do, then it'll be shortly. But 2 o'clock a.m., the clock goes back an hour. So keep that in mind.
But he's got the right to apply, at least anyway. $75, get it together. You're coming back.
The date, January 31st, 2011. That's 13 days after that order, the previous order I showed you from the Supreme Court out of Atlanta?
March 7th at 9, go downstairs, you fill out the form, because if you don't do it within at least a week from today, then you won't have the information from PTI. But I'm not waiving $75, I'm not doing it. You're certainly able to work, you're a young guy, get a better job than that, and even on that job, you can come up with $75. So,
Judge, if you look at
these applications, then
if you look at the letter, when you add up what he's bringing in and his outgo, he has $340 a month. There's $100 in rent.
he can get a better job, Mr. Gizzi. I'm not waiving $75.
Can he? Why don't you, Judge? I think there's a constitutional problem when it's waived by other judges.
I'm not doing it, okay? The Constitution is suspended in this courtroom for that purpose. The Constitution is suspended in this courtroom for that purpose. The Constitution is suspended in this courtroom for that purpose. The Constitution is suspended in this courtroom for that purpose.
Can he apply today, and the fee can be paid?
I'm not waiving it.
Can he apply today?
I don't know if they'll do that. Will they do that, Trina, downstairs?
And have the fee paid?
Tell him, as a favor to me, since the guy is here, he can take the application, but then he's got to come up with the money within a week or so.
I'm gonna stop it there. So turn your mic on.
Oh,
So when you have people like Nuwabians, Nation Islam, Farrakhan, Great Seal, Islam, and all of them talking about Constitution, this guy just proved that they can void it. And that was 2011.
that was just temporary, though. That was just for that purpose, though. He did void it temporarily.
I don't
you
think
there?
you heard me. If you have constitutional rights, can your constitutional rights ever be suspended?
No, that's true. There's no. But that attorney allowed that to happen.
No. The judge said the Constitution is suspended.
For that purpose, yeah.
Doesn't matter whether it's for that purpose. You just said that constitutional rights cannot be suspended.
Right.
Cannot be abrogated. This is what the founding fathers fought for, right?
Well, they also said that you don't have any rights unless you fight for them. Nobody has any rights unless they fight for them. Just because
Accepted for value and consideration. However, for the judge to void the Constitution, where he took an oath to defend the Constitution, that's treason.
I agree. I don't disagree.
All right.
I don't disagree.
So my point here is that video has been up since 2011. You don't hear all the other people that I've mentioned, the people who are pushing for Constitution. I haven't heard any of them kick up dust over that. And from what I've been informed, Bergen County is in Taj Tariq Bey's neighborhood. So that right there shows that that was done. There was no objection. They weren't screaming. They weren't saying, hey, what's going on here? Right? Now, the next thing is in the front of his desk, there's yellow fringe border around the 50-star flag. That means the Constitution is suspended in the room anyway. So it's what's called a dog and pony show.
Color of law.
Colorable. So the whole thing was colorable, but people thought it was real. They thought that the Constitution is real at all times. People who know when you go up into that vessel, no, you're on a ship, that's maritime law. As soon as you walk up in there, that's a whole different category. So yes.
A better example is even the existence of the Federal Reserve banking system, which is a violation of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8 and 10.
Federal Reserve is a private bank.
Yeah, but it's a violation of the Constitution. Its existence is a violation of the Constitution.
You got Federal Reserve notes in your pocket?
No, I got credit cards. But it's the same thing.
Is the credit card tied to the Federal Reserve?
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Okay, do you believe you got constitutional rights?
I believe in it.
Okay, so you just committed treason by having the credit cards.
And in exchange of Federal Reserve notes. Okay, I agree. So I'm just as guilty as they are.
So,
violation of
but my
Constitution, okay.
point, but going back to your original question, my
Which
point
coalition
is
building?
knowing that how these people are contracted at their beginning stages, it's very difficult for me to establish any type of a rapport or some type of a contractual agreement because their NUBUN record says they're Black or African American. They have no standing at law. So if I need someone that's going to have my back, they got to be white. They can't be Black because the first sign of trouble, we know what Black people going to do. Got your back way back.
Okay, so your answer is that you can't work with them because of their status.
No, Dred Scott, 1857, Dred Scott, Black. What did the justice say? No descendant of Africans has any rights which a white man is
And have to respect.
to respect. So I can accept the historical embrace that they do for history, whether it's Moor, whether it's a Native American, Indigenous. I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is that they are doing contracts, they're doing commerce, and in commerce, they're saying they are Black. So you can't say you want to claim, Timbuktu, Can Mansa Musa, what's the other one? You can't claim any of those. Olmec, you can't claim that publicly, but then when you're doing business, they say, okay, there's 5 races, check one off, and then they check off African American or Black, all bets are off. Because now, what's the first 3 things they ask for? Name of the person, gender, social security number, and then of course, what? Race. African American, and then we do look at the statistics of how many cases African Americans win, how much loans they get, how many business loans they get, and it's clear they don't get that. And the best example, 2 of them. The first one is Rachel Dolezal. And Rachel, who was supposed to have everybody, all them Black people in Seattle, she had their, or Oregon, if I'm incorrect, she had them fooled out there in the Pacific Northwest. They thought she was Black, and then her Amorite parents, pale-skinned parents, came forward and said, no, this is our daughter. Here's her picture when she was a little girl. You see blonde hair, blue eyes. And so when the reporter said, is this your father? No, so-and-so from the NAACP, he's my father. He said, no, this guy here is saying they're your father, that they're your parents. Then she walks off the camera. Then the truth came out. She was really an Amorite woman masquerading as an African-American woman. Then she had to do the show circuit. She got pregnant. Nobody knows, but we know it was some Black guy got her knocked up. No doubts about that. And what happened? She is the classic case of what happened. When she was revealed as a fraud, she was a professor of African-American studies out there. She lost that position, lost that tenure, lost the position at NAACP, ended up going on welfare, got caught for welfare fraud. And if I recall, she had to go on OnlyFans. She ended up doing OnlyFans or porn to make money. I said, wow, this is very interesting. Then Professor Mustafa Hefny, who's from a Nubian from Egypt, goes through U.S. Customs. They tell him, in this country, you are white. Then he becomes professor at the University of Michigan. What happens? He's fighting because he got greedy, because they were putting money toward minority programs. But you had to be, as a minority program, you had to be what? You had to be, quote unquote, African American. He's not. His race and ethnicity is white. So he was white, and he fought to get Black. So then they said, okay, he couldn't get the grants, which were for visible minorities. He couldn't get the grants. Then he turned around, lost his tenure, sued, fought the government to make him black, even though he was white, for 25 years. Then he went to the Supreme Court for the state of Michigan, and they said, okay, this case is dismissed without prejudice once the plaintiff can demonstrate standing. I said, oh, damn. Said that judge got him good. Saying, I'm dismissing this case without prejudice. You can bring it back once the plaintiff can prove standing. And from that point on, it stopped, because what the judge was telling him is, your U.S. immigration paperwork says you're white. You want to change it to black. The definitions which I showed you, white is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, North Africa. Egypt is in North Africa. He's a Nubian from there. And then he said, but all the Egyptians were black. No, the Egyptians were black. The Temurians were not black. Dark-skinned, yes, but not black, because black means pale in English. So how come in Spanish, blanco means white?
They're black.
Blanca.
Huh? Oh, blanco means white, yeah.
Yeah, blanco means white. Blanca, I think is Italian, means white. Bianca, Portuguese. French, blanc means white. All of those mean white. Those are, and if you look at the proximity of where those countries are located, so you have England, which is the island. Across the bridge is France. Next to France is Spain. South is Italy. Then you got Portugal around there. So all those had the same similar four letters, B-L-A-N-C or B-L-A-N, are all synonymous with the color that is called white. Somehow it got misconstrued where black was darkness, but yet people will say it's dark outside and won't say it is black outside. So there is a difference between black and dark. This is why I challenged all the black intellectuals. I challenge any black intellectual to defend being black. And this, it still has not been met by none of them. So in light of that, that is the reason why when I was trying to, Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay, I spoke with him on the phone. He was asked, hey, ain't you going to work with the brother to put the lien on the White House? Yes, that's me. The one who exported the US, Canada, Mexico to the middle of the Atlantic? Yes, that's me. That's why when you saw Independence Day, the second movie, they showed the spaceship coming. Where did the spaceship land? Didn't land on land. It landed, took up the whole Atlantic Ocean. Hollywood is watching what I'm doing. So that's why it's difficult when people don't want to see, listen, you got a hole in your pants, you're wearing a kick me sign, take it off. But they don't want to. So therefore I said, okay, that means the movie Get Out is real. They got black people hypnotized. They're doing magic on them. They're using mind control. And there's a TikTok video, Chinese, Asian, so-called Asian, Edomite is saying that they're controlling people with their cell phone, that they can change their neural network patterns when they're on their phone. So this is what we're dealing with. That's when you put that on top of, yeah, I'm trying to deal with these people. Why they still saying black? Stop saying the word black. They don't. I said, okay, that's the only way they feel they can make money is by saying black, and then the black people give them the money. Okay. Because what will happen is 95% of the people that follow those groups, they will leave. So the people don't want the truth. They want somebody to give them some illusionary opiate to justify being irresponsible and not taking responsibility for changing what's going to happen in their world and in their environment.
So you mentioned a lot of groups. Now Bobby Hemmett, I guess you worked with him. He was in agreement with you.
Well, Bobby Hemmett helped me from a spiritual standpoint. Bobby Hemmett, I talked to him privately. I told him stuff I was dealing. That's why I showed the picture where that picture of Anabu, I got that That one and Osaru, I got those from directly from Bobby Hemming. I didn't even ask for them. He gave them to me. I was asking for, I think, one of his DVDs and some other stuff, and then he ended up giving me extra.
Oh, got you. Okay. Well, I mad respect for the Book of the Dead there. The book of coming forth from night to day. I impressed upon a lot of people I come in contact with. Please read that book. But I'm glad you got that there. But okay, so I wish that there could be some type of talk maybe in the future about coalition building. I know you said be more specific. I wouldn't want to be more specific on this program, but I probably would like to talk to you about some coalition building in the future, if at all possible.
If they're gonna get white, if they ain't gonna get white, forget it. It's all bets are off. All bets are off. But remember
now, they would have stipulations too for you.
What stipulations? Black has no standing at law. They're not in a position to negotiate the terms of their freedom.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Hold on, I'm going to address that. What stipulations could they possibly give me? And I'm at the UN. I'm the one. We were at the U.S. Census because what the census is doing now is they were thinking about separating the Middle East and North Africa from white. We participated in that. The last event, the virtual event they had about 2 months ago, we participated in that. That's on my YouTube channel. So I said, okay, well, we're there. The government, it ain't me. It's Barack Obama. Again, let me put this on the screen so people understand something. He gave Black people a secret. That's the only thing he was able to do for Black people.
The only thing.
The only thing he could do in the 8 years plus the 2 he's working behind the scenes with Joe Biden. But the 8 years he was in the White House plus this, he can't do nothing except that was the only thing that he could do. Where is it here? Okay, there we go. This is the only thing. The word Black has no standing at law. Black means pale. This is the census, and I showed you the Center for Disease Control. So Center for Disease Control codifies. I don't have the code one, but this is the one where they have the numbers. Same thing with the National Institute for Health. They have the same number. So white has a number of value of 1, Black 2, Asian 3, American Indian 4. And then they say that if the patient's race is not known and is not obvious, the physician or assistant should mark the box which in his or her judgment is most appropriate. So now the American Psychological Association and the American Psychiatric Association apologized to African Americans, Black, Black, Indigenous, people of color, African Americans for their part in what they call the structural hierarchy of racism. And they said they will do anything they can to stop it, bring it down. I did a 5-day comment. I emailed the APA, both of them. I emailed them. And I gave them my pale supremacy definition, which Dr. Cress-Welsing got before she died. So the thing is, why would the APA now, I think that was 2 years ago, 2021, why would they apologize? And then why is Umar Johnson, who's supposed to be a psychologist, clinical psychologist, PhD psychologist, why is he not talking about that apology? I said, okay, here we go again. There is going to be an economic consequence because now what's Black is white and what is white is Black. So now that means all the claims, the titles, the licenses, Good Times, That's My Mama, Family Matters, anywhere they said African-American, Negro, color, that's got to get changed to white. That's why you see when Dave Chappelle did that skit called The Niggers, but the family was pale, I said, he told people right there, I said, oh, damn. Because the Black people are the people who are pale skinned because Black means pale. They're the Black people. You're the white. What did they do if you believe that they got 60 million Africans and brought them over, which we know that is BS. But if we want to go with that, what was the first thing they would do? They would put oil, shave their head, and put oil on them and put them on the thing in the sunlight because what that would make them what, people? Put it in the chat or say it if you know. It would make them what in the sun?
Blacker.
No, it would make them shine.
Oh,
When they put oil on the skin and then put them on the box, when they're
auction box.
and they're in the sunlight, they'll shine so they look like they're brand new.
Okay. Oh yeah, they put shine in there.
So therefore, we are the white people. They're the
Okay.
black people. Black has no standing at law.
Okay. Wow. Okay. All right.
So they got to get white. I don't have to listen to nothing. They can't negotiate the terms of their freedom, because if they wanted to establish, I'm just telling you this so you know, anybody wants to work with me from an organizational standpoint, first, they got to defend that black. And if they can't defend that black, that means you got to come on my webinar. It's that simple.
Okay.
All right?
All right. All right. Appreciate that, brother.
All right. And that's cheap.
Hey, that lean against the you got that lean against the Rothschilds too, right? You say?
Yep.
You have that lean against the Rothschilds?
Yep. The Rothschilds, Elizabeth, I claimed her death certificate. I
I
have
don't
an
care about
NFT
Elizabeth.
of
I
that.
care about the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds.
Well, you better care about Elizabeth's death certificate. You better care about her death certificate. You know why?
Why?
Because their contract, the contract that they have is that the royal family is used for breeding because they were broke. That's what that is. So they're connected. She fronts for the Rothschilds.
Oh yeah, I think I don't disagree.
Notice to principle. You know, notice to principle is notice to
notice the principle is notice to I know you talking
agent,
about.
and notice to agent is notice to principle.
Okay, yeah.
All right, great talking to you. Fabulous questions.
All right, man, no problem. I gotta run.
Overstead. Let's see here. Okay, so yes. So in the chat, for those of you, if you go to the Saw's just hitting them. Okay. If you go to let's go back up here. Okay. Okay, so there's one. Now I could play that one here. Let me play that video with where is it? Oh, hold on, I just passed it. This is a skit for the APA. I think this is it. Okay. So much appreciated, Saw, for putting it in the chat here. This should be the skit with E2 and his girl Taylor. Oh, hold on. Which one is this? Oh, no, that's a different video. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, nope. Where is it? Saw just put it in here. Okay, that's good. Oop. That's good. I think this stupid thing went and deleted this by accident. And that was a good video too. Okay, I see the link. GR. Oh, okay, this is it here. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Don't let that stop you. If you have questions, put them in the chat. Keep your hand up. We're gonna play this. We want to play this video here. No, this is Venetia. Hold on. Where's the guy here? William, okay, Rabbi. Yeah, they deleted that. What the heck here? Okay. Yeah, they turned around and deleted the video with the apology from the American Psychological Association. So, yeah, I already have the this is the what's his name? The judge voting the Constitution. Let me see here. Yep, got the decision. So Tawa Agobano. Okay, so this one is a cease and desist. What's that? Oh, gosh, I do so much stuff sometimes I just forget. Okay, so we're gonna play this one while we all could watch. This is a cease and desist. Oh, that's for that homegirl from the Nuwabians. Why is this? Oh, I can't play this. I know what it is. I can't play from the chat. That's what they did new. I can't cut and paste. That's why. So I have to click on it and then let it open up, and then link, and then I have to. Okay, so okay, former NASA. Let's see, hold on a second here. Yeah, that's what it is. I have to click on it for it to open up. Okay, so that's it. Hold on, everyone. And this one is Q. Okay, so this has to be it then. Okay, so I'm going to do that. I think this is it. Yep, this is it. So I'm going to play a little bit of this skit here.
So what brings you in today?
I see white people.
Okay, how about in a picture? Can you show me a picture of where you see white people?
Sure, right here.
I see a black woman.
And that's what most people say to me by.
Let's do this here. Okay, there we go. So here we go. This one.
So what brings you in today?
I see white people.
Okay, how about in a picture? Can you show me a picture of where you see white people?
Sure, right here.
I see a black woman.
And that's what most people say to me by. No, I'm not crazy.
Okay then. What does a black person look like?
This is a black woman.
Why do you see the opposite of what most people see?
Because I know the race definition according to the Office of Management and Budget, the Office of Personnel Management, the global definition adopted by all countries under ACROA, the U.S. Census, the U.S. Department of Education, and the CDC.
Well, if that's true...
It is true. It is a confirmed fact that is being ignored, just like you just did by saying, if it is true.
What do they define as a white person or a black person?
White, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. And black African American is a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. And there are no black racial groups of Africa. Doctor, not only do the U.S. Department of Education, the U.S. Census, and the CDC define it, we are all agreeing to it by doing commerce, agreeing to these terms. If you had to assess your patients by race, you are allowed to determine their race by visual observation. This is on the National Institute of Health, Race, and Ethnicity guidance. I am white. Are you going to mark me down in this assessment as one of your white patients?
You don't look white to me, but I don't want to make you uncomfortable with something you feel so strongly about.
If you made a visual observation that I am black after me telling you that I am white, and giving you my SF-181 that I faxed off to the OMB where I marked white, you would have committed a felony, not hurt my feelings.
A felony? What do you expect people to do?
Obey OMB Directive 15. On January 18, 2021, the American Psychiatric Association, and on October 29, 2021, the American Psychologists Association apologized for their practice of racism in their profession. Both associations admit that they did not support the mental health of the so-called black people and are now committed to healing the mental psyche of all dark-skinned people. Psychologists and psychiatrists told black people that they were taking things too personally and that they were imagining being oppressed, and that they need to get over it, and that they were narcissistic to think that they were victims of discrimination. Remember when you psychiatrists prescribed drugs that made matters worse and told so-called black people that they just needed to pull themselves up by their bootstraps? Remember all that support you gave so-called black people when they finally came to your couches? When you look at their condition overall, have you and those in your profession helped so-called black people?
No.
I appreciate your honesty. Psychiatrists and psychologists must tell their dark-skinned patients that they are white. Without doing that, their public apology means nothing. Their plan of remedy for dark-skinned people is to tell black people that they are white. This will heal their generational trauma trapped in their DNA. Telling them that they are white will lift this illusionary spell on the planet that they are under.
What is pale supremacy?
Pale supremacy is an illusionary power system made of and for pale beings, genetically recessive beings who deliberately misidentify themselves as white, who are from another star constellation when they are in fact pale lepers, genetic mutations from Aldebaran and Pleiades. Can a genetic mutation be better than an original gene?
No.
Can a genetic mutation create an original gene?
No.
This is why the Adam and Eve story is all lies, which is also part of pale supremacists, because two pale people cannot create a carbonite. All around us are lies of pale supremacy, driving the dark-skinned people mad to where they take on the madness and the mindset of their oppressor. They identify with their oppressor's mindset so much that they will fight to protect them, even though it brings their own demise.
Yes, I am familiar with Stockholm Syndrome.
Will you tell your dark-skinned patients that they are white?
Yes, because I see it is the solution. And because the US government has allowed people to self-identify, I have to accept this as a remedy for Black patients.
Is brought to you thanks to Chief Nanya-shaabu, LTM, Plenipotentiary of Turtle Island, Magister-in-Right of the UK, the Commonwealth, and the planet called Earth. Our Plenipotentiary highlights the American Psychological Association's apology in his 5-day comment, number 175, and the American Psychiatric Association's apology in his 5-day comment, number 178. Pale Supremacy NFT Blockchain.
All right, Ayofe, go right ahead. Yeah, you gotta unmute your mic.
Greetings, everybody. Chief, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I wrote my question in the chat. Are you seeing it?
Around what time?
At the very beginning. I just been very patient waiting, yeah. So anyway, it was about I keep hearing and I keep seeing commercials on carbon based technology. And I'm wondering, like, where is that going, that they want to achieve that by 2030? And given that we have a lot of carbon in us, how is that affecting us? What is that plan? What is going on with that? Because when I was searching, I saw things like gene therapy, gene splicing, gene connection to technology, those types of words. Yeah.
Yeah, when they say carbon, they're talking about reducing carbon emission, but they mean carbon dioxide. See, but they're being lazy and saying carbon. See, there's a difference. They should say CO2, but they say carbon because it's quick to say, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about carbon dioxide. But carbon dioxide is what we release. We get oxygen, we give out carbon dioxide. The plants take the CO2, they give off the oxygen. The plants need the CO2, they release oxygen and the nitrogen. So that's what we need. So it's a symbiotic relationship. Now, Bill Gates and the rest of them want to come up into that and mess that up. They want to block the sun out, all that type of stuff. So that's what they're talking about because they want people to say, oh, we have a global warming problem. They ain't seen global warming. I haven't had y'all the day I start getting you all to start chanting nigger, then they got a problem. They ain't seen nothing yet. But the thing is that we're in the sun cycle. That's what it is.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do a little bit more research on it, but you know what you're saying is right. I saw all of that, but I want to know what is the connection with us human beings. You know, because for some reason, the spirit is telling me there's some underlying thing there.
Yes, the underlying thing is they want to set up 15-minute cities. They want to track you where you go. They want to track what you're doing, who you're doing it with. Is that acceptable for you to be with this person and associated with them? This is what they're doing. This is why the information on the what they call the energy harvesting or the wide body area network, the information from Sabrina Wallace, and how they are taking neurons from your body, they're taking energy from your aura. That is the real deal. They've got all this other side stuff, and this is where they want people now to get electric cars. But we've seen the electric cars give off more EMF. The electric car station is brutal. We saw a guy take his voltage meter out, his EMF reader at a stall, and then they showed how much EMF was coming off the station, and he was about 20 feet, 25 feet away. And so you see people when they're charging their car, they're standing next to their car. Now, that's one thing. The next thing is, I saw a video where a guy said, okay, now, you're telling me this makes sense that a diesel generator is being used to create the charge for this person to use the charging station to charge their electric vehicle, and the diesel needs gas. He's like, tell me how this makes sense. And you want to reduce carbon emission. Scam, hustle. It's a way of them trying to get energy off of that. The electrical cars is another thing. When they say people are falling asleep, I said, I'll bet you that the electrical charge, the electrical cars are messing with the electrical circuitry of your body. That's why they saw people laying back in the Teslas and letting the car drive on its own. I said, oh shoot, this is probably, and it might even be pulling electricity from their body.
Well, you know, Chief, and I'm all with you when you're talking about, you know, like chanting nigger and stuff like that, and raising up our vibration. Because, for instance, of myself, I know if I am upset, I cannot do anything on the computer or the phone because I would blow them out. I've blown out computers before. I've blown out phones. I've blown out anything that I have to put my body on blown out a whole car, my daughter's brand new car, because
What kind
I was
of car was
upset.
it? What kind of car was it?
No, it wasn't an electric car. It was back in the day, but it computerized.
Okay.
Computerized car, yeah. You know. So after that, the car was junk. It just looked good, but it was junk after that. They couldn't fix it.
Yeah.
So, just to talk about the energy that we can generate.
Yes.
But thank you. That was quick, but yes, thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
And congratulations again. And let me congratulate you on that 1 minute. You utilized it to the T. That 90 seconds, you was on it. You was on it.
Much appreciated.
That's right. You was on it. All right. All right.
Okay, iPhone. I'm answering because I didn't see your question, but I'm seeing some other people's questions that they put in the chat, so I want to go through those rundown. Elki Ame Ma Hop Tabe, if I'm saying that correct, just hold on a second, I'll get to you. You'll be next. If you change, this is for iPhone, if you change your status to white before you were aware of the nation and want to be more active, what I need to do next? You got to email me, kemet19@gmail.com, and let me see what you filed. And let me see what you did. And I tell people it's my discretion whether I want to assist or not. The biggest thing with being white is you got to be teachable. I'm not gonna fight with people. I'll be like, hey, go ahead, do what you want to do. I don't fight with people like that. You got to be teachable because most people were black for at least 30 years and thought they knew everything about being black and didn't even know their own history when they were black. Now they want to say, oh, I can be white. That's that damn ego, that disagreeableness. So you got to be like a child and be taught. And if you can't deal with that, then this ain't for you. Okay, so I sent Dr. Rob, I sent the link to the NFT. When I go through, I'll put the NFT link to my OpenSea in case you didn't get it, for any people that are crypto savvy or NFT savvy on OpenSea, and I'll put the link in there. Let's see here, I'm just scrolling down. See, okay, so now we're getting into the names of all the different people. Okay, and because I saw a question. Okay, so and no, I don't have it's on again one of the 5 now facts with the it's either 209 or 219, I think, is the NASA astronaut admitting that Amorites come from Pleiades. Let's see, my hand was on, okay, you can, okay, the mic, okay, the proton, okay. Okay, Dr. Rob, okay, so I think you got the proton mail email, great. Okay. And then the videos, cease and desist, the Sabian, and the Cardiff statement. Okay, London GMT. Oh yeah, this is thrown in the U.S. thrown in the Atlantic Ocean. And let's see here, there we go. All right, so I think I've got all the chats covered. There we go. So now, Elki Aman hopped today. So if I'm saying that incorrect, please assist me. Turn your mic on.
Let's see. Peace and blessings to you, Chief. Can you hear me?
Appreciate it. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh man, I'm just blown away a little bit, just listening to everything, and
get your water.
Yeah, I'm just, man, I'm you know, man, I like the unity, man, and you know, I just like that, man. I'm an example of what you were speaking about earlier about how the banks will freeze your assets, because we believe right now we're, you know, in the black status, that we're under the digital dollar, you know. and they froze my dad's bank account for no apparent reason, but for being black.
Mhm.
And you know, it's for
Imagine
real.
imagine when they do imagine when they bring the CBDCs online. Black people ain't seen nothing yet.
They need to get with you, man. They need to get with you, and it's not a game. You know, we almost got kidnapped about 2 times, and we called the police and everything. And to show people how serious that black status is, when they approached us, they made it seem like we did something wrong, you know. And these people almost tried to kidnap us, you know.
Mhm.
So it's not a game, you know. It's definitely not a game, you know. And I want to definitely you know, be reprogrammed and learn about how to be white. You know what I'm saying? You know, because this is serious.
This is where it is. Like I said, I'm challenged all the best ones out there. All the best ones, I've challenged them, and they're all silent. So I said, okay, they're not serious about this. They're scared of freedom. The cage is open. They can smell freedom. They can taste it in the air, but they won't leave the cage. So therefore, they're broken monkeys.
They don't care about these people out here. They criminals, man. They're about hustling. Could you touch on you was talking about all trusts are part of the Sister Q-Vi trust?
Okay, the Social Security card that people talk about. The U.S. was dissolved on October 12th, 2021. So anything held in trust becomes property of the crown. So whether you think it's Charles or the Rothschilds, you're their property. And so this is why the conversation with William a couple questions ago, because I'm very thorough in what I'm doing. So this way people have full disclosure.
Right.
Now, if they need to hear it again because it might be a bit much, no problem. But the thing is, I'm hitting your cells and your synaptic nerve, because your subconscious won't forget nothing. Your conscious, that's another story. But your subconscious, it will get all of that. Then when you start having experiences in your life, then, oh yeah, she said that. Oh, he did say such a, oh wow, okay, because you didn't think you were able to keep up. But that was the time that your subconscious is still processing all this information. That's why it takes time. Right. So those I've trained, this is like a lot of work to get them to where they're at, and now they realize. So when I do these open Q&As, it could be 4 or 5 hours, because when you have commercial issues that come up with code enforcers, public officials, they like to drag stuff out. The average person wants it over in 2 days. And it's like, oh no, they gonna run this through the dryer about 20 times.
Right.
So now that we found out about the energy field being tapped, that brings a whole different adds another element. The aura is an organ. That's what the government has classified it as, an organ. But we can't see it, but it's there. So what does this mean? This means now that anytime you're learning something new and you enjoy it, they'll be able to see, oh, he's having a good time. He enjoys that. Great. Da 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 da. When you do my process, you can't fake this. You can't hustle this.
Right.
And we're telling people not to, because some people you're dealing with are quote unquote human, and there's others that's shapeshifters that are clairvoyant, can read minds, read auras, see your auras. Then you have the non-physical entities that can hover over your aura for 3 seconds and figure out how your brain waves work and start manipulating you. And those are the ones that's non-physical. So when you get white over here with me, it ain't no joke. We talking magic, we're talking spirituality, we're talking rituals. because we're watching a lot of, or if you see any of the award shows and stuff going on, I saw the clip with Taylor Swift. They said, oh, she's doing magic at her show. They said Kanye West or Ye's doing magic at his show. I said, the world is magic. It's a magical world out here. And it's our shit that they're using. Ain't nobody else's.
Right.
So when I hear women down in Mississippi talk about everybody was doing the magic on each other, I'm like, so y'all doing all the magic on each other, but y'all ain't hitting these Amorites up. Really? Wow. Let me say that again one more time in case people miss what I said. The magic that's going on is our stuff. I don't care if it's Necronomicon, Palomayomba, Ifa, it's ours. We the first. We created that. Just like if you created a style of fighting and say, oh, this is the Elkie man style. Oh, yeah, it's a nice style. You created that. Then someone else has another style. So there could be 20 different fighting styles, but that somebody created. So with that in mind, with the magic, it's still all niggers. But instead of using it to free themselves, they going, oh, he stepped on my shoe. Fuck, I'm gonna go get the Bible out and do some shit on this nigga. The nigga they're gonna turn around and bump me into. I said, but you ain't going against your oppressor.
Right.
I said, okay. So when I saw that little clip on the Mississippi elder talking about how, yeah, everybody was doing the magic, I said, oh, okay. So this is it. So we have remedy, but it's coming from where? The unseen, what they call outside of the visible light spectrum. Visible light spectrum is like this. We got darkness on our right, darkness on our left, darkness all around us. It's just a matter of if you cut the light out, or even if the light's on, acknowledge that the darkness is there. You got darkness inside you right now. That's why the operators need what? The doctors need light because they can't see. Stuff deep now, isn't it? So when we do that, we've incorporated magic, and we're seeing that this is what the artists, entertainers, they're doing all this stuff. So when they do hand poses and they're doing stuff like this, like who was the woman, the old woman, I think her name was Miriam, the English actress Miriam. She saw Lady Gaga, and then they stopped and did like this and looked at each other and then continued on. Now she had her security, the other one had security, but because they're actresses, you know, the security back off. Okay, yeah, okay, they saluted, did that, and then they walked. I said, oh damn, okay, it's like that. This is at a Hollywood event.
That's serious.
Yes.
They know the truth. They know the truth.
Yeah, but we abdicated. For those of us, I'm claiming my magic back. Know that shit. Fuck with me. I'm fucking. Oh yeah.
He said that. You said that the planet is ours.
I had to self-initiate, so I started with and I will always, right, even though, and he's still alive. I don't know who's doing the blockage, but Bobby Him is he's still alive, and I give him honor because he's one that helped me to a top spot. And when he told me about that book, the Sufis by Idris Shah, and how the Baphomet is none other than the cold man, the black man, the complete man, I was like, what? I said, so the Baphomet head that people get freaked out over, that's who the Knights Templars worship. But what they did was put the GOAT. Why do you think there's the battle on who's the GOAT in NBA? Who's the GOAT in the NFL? Why are they using the word the GOAT? And every time it's the GOAT, it's always some nigger, dark skin.
That's right.
GOAT. Why didn't they say who's the angel? Who's the Captain America or whatever? No, they use the GOAT.
Right, right. They use us as an example. All white, man.
So that's what it is. So it's discipline also. It's discipline. And y'all will find out that your greatest enemy is yourself.
Right.
That's why I kind of like when people get mad at me, I'm like, what you get mad at me for? I'm trying to help you. You got you the one that got the rest of that gargantuan gown back inside you, not me.
That's right, man.
I'm gonna help you. Unless it starts, doing some exorcism stuff, speak, I say, hold on, she don't speak like that. Then that's okay. Maybe I'm gonna have to get involved, baby. Okay.
And like you said, man,
Let's do this.
time is running out, and I see it where we at. It's time is time is limited. It ain't the time that we had before, And these people, they're not playing no games. These Pell people are not playing any games whatsoever. They want us on.
They're in a corner. This is what Dr. Cress Welsing wrote in her book. They are fighting genetic annihilation. That's why you thought Bill Gates was a computer guy. He was doing computers, but that wasn't his thing. It was eugenics. When you have billions of dollars, okay, you got to do something else now. Money's not an issue. Now what's the problem going forward?
Mm-hmm. And we always pose a threat to them,
Yeah, black is a threat because black has no standing at law. Black don't exist. They're cadavers.
That's right.
Now, if you called yourself a Nubian, or you called yourself a Amazigh, or you called yourself a Cherokee or a Choctaw, now that's different. That's a different sound cycle. It's a different resonance.
Mm-hmm.
Understood? Anything else?
That's it. That's it. Thank you, Chief. Thank you,
You're
man.
quite welcome. All white.
All white power.
White power. Where was I saw him, but I guess he stepped out. Okay, Sa, go ahead. Sa? Okay, Sharif, go ahead. Yeah, turn your mic on. Yeah, turn your mic on. Yeah, you need to light some incense. It looks like you're breaking up over there.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, it was not letting me push the unmute button.
Interesting.
Now I noticed that the when you get your documents verified through the notary, I noticed that they expired. So when it expires,
the notary expires, not the document.
okay, I was wondering, do you do it all over again? Like, do you get the
No.
document? Okay.
No, it's valid when they were the notary. So when their commission expires, that doesn't mean that the document is no good. That just means their commission expired to know that the notary was valid. But what we're seeing now, because I know they're copying what I'm doing, is now you're seeing notaries are being their commission, they'll say now for life. Now you're seeing for life on some of the notaries.
Okay. So we don't have to do anything after?
No, you straight.
Right. And I noticed y'all got new documents as well, because my mate is doing the process. So I wouldn't need
new stuff. Change is supreme.
I wouldn't need those documents.
No, you wouldn't need it. Hers are going to be in hers. You can have those as a reference, as a supplemental, but it's not with what you have, but it's supplemental because we never had it at the time.
Right.
A lot of the documents, I tell people this all the time, and people kind of like, what? I'm like, you all had more than I had for statutory declaration. I only had like 7 pages, maybe, if that.
Right. That's
And
crazy.
I made the gateway open. We're now 20 pages, 23 pages, might be going up to 28 pages for SF-181 SDSC. And that's what I said, the people who copy that, they don't know how to defend that.
Right.
That's the point, because they're gonna ask them, and then they're gonna be like,
I was just that video last night.
Which video?
The video you talking about with one of the toxins showed you on TikTok, somebody filing the SF-180, but they only had like 5 documents.
Yeah, and he copied, it's my work, but I know he saw somebody and copied that because it made sense. But again, you can't fake this. Like, all you gotta do is watch that movie. There's a few of them. Ghost in the Shell is one. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. You can watch the cartoon, and you can also watch the cartoon movie. You can also watch the one with Scarlett Johansson. And there's another movie, which is it? Yeah, anything. Oh, Ex Machina.
I seen that too. That was good.
So you see, all of these things they're showing what's happening. Oh, which reminds me. Let's see, Canada.
Have you seen the movie Downsize? It's about these people taking this serum to get smaller so they can live in like it sounds like
that was with Matt Damon.
Yeah, it sounds like the 15-minute cities for real, like the Pinuan cities that are supposed to be better for their environment. I haven't got all the way through it though, but
yeah, they said and certain people had to get picked. And if you got picked, then it would be good, because then you're eating less because you're smaller.
Right.
And they said that was a way of saving the planet. I can't recall if it was a good thing or a bad thing to be small.
I only watched like the first 30 minutes, so it's 2 hours long, so I ain't really getting in too deep with it.
No problem. Now here, this is Policy Horizons Canada, exploring biodigital convergence. So I'm just gonna, I'll put this for those that want to check it out. So the government of Canada is already advertising the fact that they're going to be mixing biological systems and computer systems. We'll get their correct phraseology. So let's see where we want to start here. Okay, but we may be on the cusp of another, this is the summary, but we may be on the cusp of another disruption of similar magnitude. Digital technologies and biological systems are beginning to combine and merge in ways that could be profoundly disruptive to our assumptions about society, the economy, and our bodies. We call this the biodigital convergence. This is Government of Canada website. So it's in there in the chat now. So double click, bookmark, save. This paper sets out an initial framing to guide Policy Horizons' upcoming foresight work. So foresight, they're looking ahead into the future. 3 ways biodigital convergence is emerging. 1, full physical integration of biological and digital entities. 2, co-evolution of biological and digital technologies. 3, conceptual convergence of biological and digital systems. Biodigital convergence is opening up striking new ways to change human beings, our bodies, minds, and behaviors. Change or create other organisms. Alter ecosystems. Sense, store, process, and transmit information. Manage biological innovation. structure and manage production and supply chains. Possible characteristics of the biodigital system: democratization, decentralization, geographic diffusion, scalability, customization, reliance on data. Let's see, scroll down here. What is biodigital convergence? Biodigital convergence is the interactive combination, sometimes to the point of merging, of digital and biological technologies and systems. You know your body is a system, right?
Yes.
All right. Policy horizons is examining 3 ways in which this convergence is happening, not down the road 30 years, 20 years, is happening. That's the verb is right there.
Right.
1, full integration of biological and digital entities. Let's see. Yes, digital technology can be embedded in organisms. This is the bio, what's her name? Sabrina Wallace was talking about the biosensors being put in the body. So digital technology can be embedded in organisms, and biological components can exist as parts of digital technologies. The physical meshing, manipulating, and merging of the biological and digital are creating new hybrid forms of life and technology, each functioning in the tangible world, often with heightened capabilities. Robots with biological brains and biological bodies with digital brains already exist, as do human-computer and brain-machine interfaces. The medical use of digital devices in humans, as well as digitally manipulated insects, such as drone dragonflies and surveillance locusts, are examples of digital technology being combined with biological entities. By tapping into the nervous system. Say what?
It's I seen a picture on Instagram. They already have like the scanners for the chips that's supposed to go into you in Virginia Beach. I live in Norfolk, so that's like 25 minutes away from me at a freaking fresh market.
Fresh market, what, the fruit?
Like it's kind of like a Food Lion, but sells like organic stuff.
Okay, so they'll be able to do what again?
They'll be able to, I guess, scan their palms or wherever they're gonna put the chip in.
Yes, yes. So they don't need a wallet. They just put their hand and pay for it, right?
Right. That's the first time I've seen something so close to home.
And this is the government of Canada, so they know it exists.
Sure.
So that means they know it exists. The U.S. knows it exists, but they're not saying too much about it. So here's the crux: by tapping, or the main part rather, by tapping into the nervous system and manipulating neurons. That's what Sabrina Wallace said, that they're taking neurons. Tech can be added to the organism to alter its function and purpose. New human bodies and new senses of identity could arise as the convergence continues. So if you watched a little bit of the UN social forum on human rights and science, technology, innovation as it relates to human rights, you could sense they're very concerned about AI.
Yeah. I just seen a commercial. They got it in this new car already, and I was like, man, once they start putting AI in the car.
Oh, they got AI in the car now. See, I can't mess with that. Give me a analog.
Right. Anything that's like 2015, I don't really like it. I like my cars to be 2000,
yes,
2009.
Yeah. And so you're probably going to see a boost in old cars where people, it may cost more, they don't care. They don't want No, because now people are stealing the cars. They just walk up to the house with an antenna and send a signal to the car to open the car and start the car, and then hop in the car and take the car. They don't even have to bust nothing.
My neighbor below me, she got her car stolen. She has a Kia. They just USB'd it, and they stole her car.
What's a USB? For the people that don't know.
USB is that's the small little thing that you can retrieve and put information on.
Oh, you mean a USB? They use a USB?
Uh-huh. Because I heard Kias are easy to steal.
So they use the USB, like, hold on. You mean they use one of these suckers? Oh, hold on, this one's chipped. You mean they use one of these?
Yeah.
How did they use this to steal her car?
Now that I don't know. They broke out her back window and yeah, they stole it.
Oh, so they broke out the back window, went into the front. They probably went where the USB port is.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh boy, deep. Yeah. So this is what we're dealing with. So to fight that, you got to have standing at law. You have to know leper supremacy. You have to know, you have to absorb this. You got to protect your aura. That's why I gave the invocation for healing and protecting your aura.
They'll be able to say it every day.
And that's what we have to. So now you're keeping an eye on your energy field. And your energy field, which is an organ, which is part of your body, even though you can't see it. Now it's like you become like the what is it? The double slit experiment, and that they wanted to know how did the electron know which slit to go through. And then so they said, okay, we'll put a camera on the side and then shoot off the photon. And so they said, when they did that, they said it looked as if the photon realized it was being watched and acted differently. So instead of being, because you're looking at it, so when they didn't have that, it went through the particle, but it was forming a wave. Then when they put the camera, then it became a particle. And so that's where they say, if you look at something, it's a particle that it was a wave function that collapsed into a particle. When you look away from it, now it becomes a wave function where it can be in superposition.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Well, because remember, energy is alive.
True indeed. Right.
And so they thought because it's a particle or a photon that is an inanimate object like a grain of sand, and they didn't realize it's electrical, so it's responding as if it was being watched, so it acted differently.
Do they have a video on that?
That's in What the Bleep Do We Know? If you can get that, might be on maybe Disney, or check your cable company and type in What the Bleep and see if you can get it, because that's where I learned about that double slit experiment. Let's see here. I think we've got two of these. Yeah. So I had to do What the Bleep. I have both of them. I have the regular one and I have the rabbit hole edition. Oh, we know. They have it on, did they put it on YouTube now? Yeah, this is the movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? Full movie, let's see. Okay. See, so Amazon.
Yes, it's on Amazon Prime and YouTube TV.
So this is excellent to help you understand a little bit of a nice introduction to quantum physics, but they still don't really give a good, well, what is quantum? Because if you look up the etymology of quantum, it's small particles. And quanta is how much, so they kind of syntax that wrong. Talking about the physicists when they use the word quantum physics.
Yeah, my computer's acting crazy now because all I see is the Zoom the Zoom website.
Okay, yeah, they didn't want you to know. Well, it's in the chat now, so double click, the program is blocked in your area, so maybe it might be, you might be able to see it. I don't need it because I have the DVDs. So I don't need to have to look at it online.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Much appreciated. All right, so with that, I think that if no one else has a question, chat, I think that is it. Plus,
you send it to me on email.
Oh, I'll see if yeah.
Never mind, it's coming back.
Oh, it's coming back? Okay, great.
I'm getting back into the to the. Appreciate you.
All right, much appreciated. So, this is what we have now. Let's see here. So, I will end with showing a couple tabs here before we finish. So, again, for those that didn't know, that may have came in late, and if you have a question, this is the time to ask it. Otherwise, you have to wait to 30 days if you're not on the webinar, if you're not on training or in At-sik-hata. This is it. So this video, this is the clip here at the 1 hour and 38 point of the video, where I am at the UN Social Forum 2023, and I was stunned because they made my face an actual thumbnail for that video, for that day. iPhone TV, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Jeffalyn. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Your name is what?
It's Jeffalyn, Jeffalyn.
Jeffalyn, greeting Jeffalyn. Where are you? What city, state, country are you in?
I am in California, in the city of Palmdale.
Palmdale, yes. How can I help you?
Well, so I did do the SF I think 191 actually in 2017, and I did read it, and it did I read exactly what it said, and it is that we're white. I did learn that, or maybe I dreamed it years ago, because I think I dreamed it, that that's what we were considered because of our light. And truth is what because black means nothing, and truth has to be the light, which was white. This is what I figured it to be. And so now I do have a challenge. I'm in a challenge with the court out here, where they took the property from me that was in the so-called trust, and they used put my dad in the conservatorship. But in this particular journey, I do know I need to come out of the system. I don't want to use this social anymore. I'm thinking you don't have to use it, or I don't totally know what all to do to jump out of it. I do have a voter's registration, which I don't vote, but I know
you weren't in it anyway. See, this is the illusion people keep forgetting. You weren't in the system. They're creating an alter ego. And then they're adhesing, that's an adhesion contract. You know what an adhesion contract is, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
it just attached me to it.
Yes, which is fraud, because you can't, they said, what does the say? One thing they say, the dead cannot speak to the living. What, the living can't speak to the dead? Isn't that a phrase they love to use?
Right, and that's what the court is seeking to do, which is to have an attorney speak for the estate of my father, blah, blah, blah. So I'm in court.
Did your father give you a power of attorney?
I have a power of attorney. I have a real estate power of attorney. I have a medical power of attorney. And but they had informed me to file a petition. They dismissed me from the petition, arrested me, and came to the house, and subsequently took the life of my father. Thereafter,
and what was your father's race?
He was white. He was white like me.
And how did he get white?
He didn't get white on paper or anything like that. He was going. He
I'm talking about. Let's not play these games now.
He's registered on his birth certificate because he was born in the home in the house, so he was registered as a Negro.
Okay,
and
well, how does that have anything to do with him being white?
Well, because of the darkness of our skin and
Stop. I'm gonna stop you right there. I asked you a very simple question. You said he was white, correct?
Well, I'm saying is white in the truth of what you explained the word to be.
No. You said they came to the house, and I said, okay, why did they come to the house? I'm like, they came to the house, and so I'm asking, what's his race? You said he was white, correct?
No, they came to the house to secure him in order to be able to take custody of the property.
I understand that. I accept that. What I'm asking you is, you said you had power of attorney, you had medical power of attorney, you had all these power of attorney from us. So what was his race?
African American.
And
that's not a race.
What,
that's not a race, though.
On his contract that he made you power of attorney, right? He made you power of attorney for his medical, for his real estate, and everything else, correct?
Right.
Okay. What's his race?
It doesn't say anything on those contracts.
You're not answering my question. You can keep being evasive if you want.
But I'm not sure what you're asking me because you're saying on the contract. Why are you asking me?
No. We're not gonna do that.
I'm asking though, but
I'm gonna do like Kevin Samuels. We're not gonna do that here.
Well, I'm confused.
You said you were white, and I said okay, and you said you did it back in 2017.
Yeah, I did it for both of us, me and my dad. But
it wasn't. See what's going on here, though. You're telling me your problem, and I'm trying to figure out where do your contracts of white begin with you and with your father, and you're being evasive.
I wrote that down for both of us on the SF 191 or FF 181, whatever number it is. Okay, now I'm going to
stop you again.
Okay.
You see, when you say the SF 191 or the SF 181, this is
I
what
forget
I
the
was
number.
talking about.
I forget the number.
Nope, that's unacceptable. Then you're not white. You're fighting a battle where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
There is no leeway. Well, I can't remember the form. Why should anyone honor the form if you can't remember the numbers of the form? You know the number of the Social Security card, right?
The form wasn't submitted into court. Is that what you're asking?
Okay, let's do this again. How did you get white?
I read it on the document, and that's what I understood that
and
to
where
be.
did you hear about the document from?
I remember them trying to come around for the census, and I filled the document out and submitted that document in
So you submitted
myself.
a census. So you submitted a census document, or you submitted an SF 181?
I submitted the SF 181.
And where did you submit it to?
To the address on the SF 181. I guess it's to the Ombudsman Office of
You see how you're sounding?
OMB. Okay, I mean I can't remember it all.
You need to put your camera down so I can see your face, because I can't see your face. I'm seeing you putting lights in my face. Okay, so what I want to explain to you, what I'm explaining to you is, this is what I talked about earlier, is that Black people can be very proficient and detailed on certain things. And when it comes to other things, my experience has said, when it comes to freedom, Black people get very lazy and figure that the paper or the contract alone, once they present it, that there's going to be, the other party is going to yield. That's not how that's working. When you do this, you have to know the ins and outs. You're white. The white people that are so-called white, you have to be mimicking what they're doing, only it's going to be dark, and it's going to be from an indigenous standpoint. So if you do a document and use if I send it here and you can't be precise about how you became white, that is the type of grounds that gives them the opportunity to take advantage, because they're saying, well, you're not letting off, you're not emanating, you are not illuminating the energy of being white.
Right, but that's not why they came to my house. That's not why they came to the house. They came to the house because they were trying to take custody of him because there was a plot.
That has nothing, that is not my issue. That has
What
nothing.
is your issue?
That is not my issue. That's not my contract. I'm trying to figure out, you said from 2017 that you've done that. And I'm saying, okay, you sent it off to the OMB. That's not supposed to be sent via mail. That's supposed to be faxed, number one.
Okay.
Number one. So that's the first mistake. Number two, you run into any problems, you have to have other people like you that are white as a network. So if you've been white on your own since 2017, that's 6 years. So now that leads me to the next question. How did you get knowledge of this open Q&A, and what caused you to come on the open Q&A now?
I got an email.
And
I
you got
received
an
the
email
email
from?
I don't, well, it's I can't say who the email was from, but it's, I mean, I got the email with the Zoom information on there.
Okay, so did somebody invite you, or did you make a request to come on?
It was an invite.
Okay, so you made yeah, but if it was an invite, you must have requested to come on, because we don't send them out to anybody. People have to request to be on the open Q&A. So you must have made a request, or somebody that you knew must have sent it to you.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that was it. I mean, I can't exactly say because I'm just working on my case, and I was going through my email. I saw that it showed me that it was this time. I've been working on the case alone for
Yeah, but
several months.
I have nothing to do.
I don't
case
have the
you're
first.
talking about.
I'm working on the case that I was just telling you about, which is I'm in court right now, going against
What does that
the
have
county.
to do with me? But what does that have to do with me?
I was just asking you because I wanted to be able to make sure I'm in a corrected status, and I wanted to get your email.
Hold on. So I'm supposed to help you with a court case. I don't know who you are.
No, you're not supposed to help me with the court case. I said I was in my court case, and I'm going through my email, and I saw the invite that I had in there with the Zoom, and I pushed on it. I don't never open it, and I opened it tonight just by happenstance.
So you must have been on the list then, or you must have made a request, because if you've been getting it and it never came on till now, then you must have made a request.
Well, I mean, I'm sure I did. It was I'm not sure what the person's name is, and I can't give you that. And sorry, I'm a person that doesn't really know that, but I'm sitting here, I'm doing my work, and I'm going through my emails, and I saw that this was the time.
So you got an email for this webinar, and you're saying you can't give it to me, or you're not going to give it to me, or you don't know? Or...
No, I'm on Zoom with you right now. So you want me to close it out and go look and see?
Oh, okay, so you're on your phone.
Right.
Okay, so you don't have on your computer.
My computer is that I'm charging my computer up as we speak.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm not, listen, I'm homeless. So it's a little challenging for me right now because I've been removed out of my home. So I didn't really know that I had to explain all that, but that's what my status is right now. And I have.
I don't know you saw. Go ahead.
I'm just telling you, and this is my little hotspot that I'm using to get a signal. I mean, that's just my challenge, and I'm doing the best I can with what I have.
Pa Rawuh, I just saw that you had asked me to unmute my microphone. So all I can tell is you're wondering how this lady got the link. So I would need
I'm asking her.
Email. What is your email?
Jeffology, JEFFOLOGY at Yahoo. My name is Jeffelyn.
JEFF
OLOGY at Yahoo.
Apology Giles.
Jeffology at Yahoo.
Okay,
Jeffelin
Giles.
Giles, yes.
Jeffelin Giles.
Okay, so that sounds familiar.
Yes.
So she's been on the list, but she said this is the first time she's actually clicked on it.
So yeah, I'm going back with this email as late as 2016. I have a history starting December
2016.
2016.
Yeah. So she's saying she did SF-181. So did you do it with us?
No, sir. I just read it. I read it because I was studying.
Where did you read it?
Probably talking to someone else.
Yeah, December 21st, 2016, she said, hello, I'm seeking to get my Indigenous status for myself, daughter, and parent. I am seeking to remove my father from the conservatorship he is under. And then she gave me her phone number. So I gave her.
So that's 7 years ago.
I've been in the case since 2013. And I'm the only person in my family, and I've been arrested. So I've been under a lot of stress. And it's not the easiest thing to do, but I'm sure everyone else probably has more of a groundwork of the knowledge that you're providing.
Because they're on the webinar and I train them.
Okay, that's okay.
That's the reason. Ain't nobody gonna come do this on their own and be I'll do it by myself.
Well, I've been working my case by myself, and I've done. I've been getting myself out of a snare just by the skin of my teeth, and I've been doing this for quite a while. I am veteran with PTSD, and I'm doing the best that I can.
Did you change your race and ethnicity with the military?
Nope, I don't. No, I haven't.
This is why you have to come on our webinar. We got the people who are veterans, and we showed them how to change their race and ethnicity. We just had one elder, he just got this done the other day. I'm gonna say this right now. I don't care whose feelings I offend. I am the one that's going to help you all to get stuff done.
Okay, you said feelings.
Look and see, hold on, I'm speaking. People can look and see people that I have taught and see they're publishing because we tell people to publish. However, when you run into situations like what you're running into, they know you do not have a network, number one. You don't have any support.
Yes, they do.
One. Number two, we talked about earlier the new technology, the revelation that they're taking the neurons. You was in the military, which branch were you in?
Army.
So they are taking your neurons from your auric field. Your aura is being hacked through the Wi-Fi, the 5G, it's called the body area network or wide body area network. That's what they're doing. They're siphoning the neurons because they told people neurons are only in your brain. They found out, no, neurons are all throughout your body. Your auric field is from 6 to 10 feet. Did you watch that movie, Men Who Stare at Goats?
No.
You might want to watch that because it talks about a government, the military, they were trying to create what they call Jedi to stop wars before wars even happened.
Could you give me the name again? Men what?
The men who stare at ghosts.
The men who stare?
Stare, S-T-A-R-E. Men who stare at ghosts with George Clooney, Ewan McGregor, what's his name? The other one, Jeff Bridges are in that movie.
It's on Netflix?
Try it. It might be on Netflix. Try Netflix. So the reason why I bring that up, especially being you in the military, the new information that was presented to us, which I've been researching, I've gone through as much as I can. It's a lot of other stuff, but I'm getting the technology, the terms, so I can narrow it down into a syntax that relates to us. Anybody who was in the military, they say they still watch them. They still watch ex-military. So what I'm pointing out to you is the fact that you did not know but you came to us, but you didn't come through because for whatever reason, because you didn't change your military race, your race in the military. You only did that as a civilian. You didn't do that in your military file. And I know how to do that. So this is the point that I'm making, is that everything that is currently happening, the military is already watching you. They already have biosensors in your body. The stress and whatnot you're going through right now is a revelation that you're in an area that you do not have expertise to deal with. You do not have the support to deal with it. And so you have to come to one who's teaching people how to be white, and you have to live it. And here's where it gets very sensitive for Black people, because I tell them, if a family member isn't receptive to what you're doing, then you're going to have problems. And so you did for your father, but if he's not living white, that was not going to be a good shield to protect him, because they came and yanked him anyway. Correct?
Well, they did him in the house. They ganked him in the house, killed him. They didn't take him out.
Say that again, because first you're saying he killed him and he yanked him.
I didn't say yank. Yank, are you suggesting that they took him out of the house? Does that mean
you're
yank?
saying he wasn't
No,
yanked out of the house.
he was not taken out of the house. He was on palliative care, and they couldn't move him. So they came in and they killed him and had me arrested so I would not be in the way, because I was his caretaker.
Yes. And so palliative care meaning he was in a bed, correct?
Correct.
So he couldn't move, correct?
Right.
Okay, so now, according to the U.S. president on what they call the ability to what they call legally dead. I think it's President's Council on legally dead, on what they define as brain dead, is the inability to do commerce in their surrounding environment.
Well,
That's
he had
what they consider that.
He had capacity. They the judge admitted that they didn't need a declaration to lack capacity. I put him on palliative care because I knew they were trying to get him, and so I put him on there myself because I knew they were going to try to come into the house, and so they couldn't.
Did anyway.
No, I said I knew. I said I knew that they were going to come into the house, so I did not. The only way I could protect him to keep him in the house was to put him on the palliative care. Once they came.
I understand that. I understand what you said. Okay. That's what I said, but they came anyway.
They were coming.
They came anyway. They were going to come with the palliative or without the palliative. They were going to come because he's not white.
Okay.
This is my point. When we do this, what we're doing, you have to live this. You cannot just only rely on the paper contract to act as a protection. That's not good enough.
Well, I wasn't relying. I didn't rely on it. I didn't know the crux of everything that I was doing.
I know that. This is why I'm glad that my wife went and got the email, so you knew about it since 2016, and instead of listening to us, 2016, she got the email. 2016.
That's fine.
So 2016, we got the email, we got the evidence. 2016, you knew about us. You decided to do it on your own in 2017, correct?
No, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, am I under punishment here? Because there's several people giving various advice.
No.
Yes.
I need to know where you're coming from, because I'm not certain who you are.
Well, okay.
So we have an email from you in 2016. I said, well, if you were on the list for the open Q&A, you must have said, keep me on a list, because that's the only way you could be here.
Well, I actually had called and asked for help in 2016.
Okay,
I didn't get it.
So in 2016, again, and when did you do your SF-181?
I did that in 2017, but I didn't hear of it from you.
Okay, so 2017, you call me 2016, 2017 you come, and you do it in 2017 on your own. But who'd you get it from then?
I read it. I was reading it up on it myself because I was looking at what they were trying to say for the census.
Okay, and if you how did you know about the form? Because the SF-181 has nothing to do with the census.
Because another lady from the tribe in Florida told me about that form. It's the Indian tribe.
Who's the lady?
Her name is spelled Iskit, but I knew her out of Los Angeles, and she's in the tribe in Florida.
I don't know which tribe. What's the name of that tribe in Florida?
I don't know of it right off.
Okay, so it can't be. It's not At-sik-hata.
No, it's not.
Okay, so you need to call. Why aren't you calling that tribe to get them to help?
Listen, I've talked to a lot of people. I've talked to a lot of people, and I know that there are no accidents wherever I be. I've talked to a lot of people, and some things.
I understand.
I have just
Hold on,
talked to a lot of people.
You don't need to raise your voice at me.
I'm just saying.
You a question. I can accept that for value and consideration, but my point is that doesn't look good. I'm trying to get you to see something here.
I've been all over the place in my search.
It's clear, but I want you to see something here. This is what I'm trying for you to understand. If you talk with somebody else, they tell you about that form, they either have to assist you or direct you to someone that can assist you. And they didn't direct you to me, did they?
No, they did not.
Okay, so based on logic dictates that you have to go back to that person and say, hey, and you may have done this already, but I don't know.
Okay.
Who can you direct me to assist me with this issue here? I don't know who you are. That's why I'm asking 1,000 questions, because I need to get a clear picture of what's going on, because the way you're conveying your story is as if you and I know each other, and we don't.
I don't remember. I didn't listen. Forgive me, but I wasn't trying to convey that I already knew you. I've never ever seen you before.
Yes, but I'm the one that had to say that. You didn't. That's the difference.
But the thing is, you're researching, but you're researching me. But please, but don't make the mistake. I did not say anything and mislead you, and I don't want to make you to think that I'm misleading.
I can accept that for value and consideration, and I return that to you for disclosure and settlement. My point is this. I need to know who you are. When you went into the military, did they not do a background check on you?
Yeah, at 18.
Okay, how old are you now?
63.
And you think you're above being getting a background check on?
Let me say, there are no big E's and little O's or whatever, but I don't try to be above anyone.
For value and consideration, and return that to you for discharge, closure, and settlement.
So why am I above you?
Do you know me?
I don't know you. I just told you that.
Okay.
I've never seen you before.
For value and consideration, and return that to you for discharge, closure, and settlement of the account. Therefore, I need to know who you are, because you've done an SF-181, you know about the SF-181, and now what you want to do is you have this other issue going on. So I'm like, okay, I'm asking these questions. Okay, when did you do it? How did you do it? How did you find out about it? How's your father white? And I'm trying to recall. I said, wow, did I speak with this woman years ago regarding that, and said, hey, this is what you have to do. So I'm going to be checking my emails to find out what's going on, because saying help, this is what was talked about earlier, and you may have heard that. If not, then this will clear this up for you. A lot of people want to get assistance from me, and I tell them I have to know what your contracts are. How can I help you or even assist you if I don't know what your contracts are? I have to know what your contracts are. SF-181 doesn't mean anything, because if you didn't get a certificate from me, then that means you saw somebody, or somebody told you and you went and did it, and now you got to the point where you're at a brick wall, and now you're like, hey, being white, it's not helping me. I need some assistance. So now I'm like, okay, I need to see your contracts. I need to see what your temerity is. What is, oh, you was in the military, you this, okay. So now I'm like, okay, now I can start piecing stuff together, which may explain why you're having the problem you're having, because I'm proactive, I'm not reactive. And one of the things that I told people is if they're gonna do something to get white, they wanna get their family, your family has to be on the same page with you. This ain't, I do make my father white, and then that's it, and then now I put him on bed rest, nothing is white about him. The same way the military will do a background check on you when you got in the military, you're fighting whomever with that case, they're looking at you, they're looking at your family members, looking at your father. There's, oh, this is some black woman, she got some stuff off the internet. They ain't gonna honor that because you have no connection, you have no network. And so my point is, when people want help, what are you prepared to do to get the assistance? And all I'm asking for is full disclosure. So I don't need the lip, I don't need the back talk. You came to me for a reason. You need help. And I'm saying, oh, well, you don't have a network. Yeah, I don't have a network. They came in, they threw me in jail. That's a sad sack story to me. I don't give a shit. My thing is, who are you that I have to help you? Give me disclosure. Then once I can see what you've done, then it's at my discretion. Whether I want to assist you or say, hey, you didn't do everything right. Okay, there might be something here. That's what's called full disclosure. Not coming on and making demands and telling and spilling me your whole story. There's no contract there. I'm asking questions so I can piece together how you're on the webinar, how you're white, how did you get white, what problems are you having, what got to the point where they had to come in and then get your father, and you said they kill him. Right? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, he has my dad had an adopted daughter that works for the county that put us in this situation.
Your dad had a what?
Had an adopted daughter that works for the county that gave my father to the county in an attempt to collect millions. That's how we got here.
Yes, and that was the point. That's the point I'm talking about. When you do, see, you come through me, I give you all full disclosure. I give you debriefing, like in the military. Your family, you want to get white, you ain't got no guarantee your family's going to be on your side. So you got 5 minutes with them. If they accept what you're doing, great. They want to join it, even better. But anyone that they associate with, any contracts, you have to know that. And if she offered him up as a sacrifice, that's that is Luciferian stuff where you know what, you have to let your father go. And I may have told you that. And said, hey, he's out, he's this, that, and he's sick and whatever. I may have said, you know what? He ain't worth it.
Well, I didn't know about everything. All this from the 2013 through 2016.
I understand that. I'm not asking for explanation. What I'm saying is, I want you to see on this white path, it is not easy. And that's why we gave warnings on the old weekly addresses before 2016 and told people, listen, this is not entertainment. These Amorites ain't playing out here. They're dead serious. It ain't nothing for them to kill. They feel no way about it.
I know.
So this is where we start saying, okay, knowing what we're dealing with, now it's time to get into magic. Because when I hear a Satanist saying that 90%, or no, he said it's 10%, this world is really 10%, the other 90% is magic. This is an outright Satanist. So they said they go to what? The darkness to get that influence to manifest what they want in this visible light spectrum.
Yes.
And so certain family members at a certain point, you have to do a proper, what they call an assessment of whether they're worth the time and the trouble. And if money is a person's motivation and not freedom, they're done.
Right.
So
That's an
that's why,
this is
so
this
is the
is
reason why,
adapting.
hold on, I'm speaking. This is the reason why I'm taking the time out to get a full comprehension here. So you can't come to somebody that you don't know and tell your story, because that's like begging me to help you. I don't do that. I don't know who you are. I'm going to find out who you are, and then what are your contracts? And that's what people are going to start learning from me, and are going to start saying, listen, just because they look like you don't mean they're for you. You got to know who is their allegiance to, what is their allegiance to. And if you're helping a family member who has an anvil tied around their neck, and the more you try to help them is the more it seems you're getting sucked into their stuff, you got to cut them loose. And see, a lot of people don't like when I say that. And I tell them, you're not going to get that, because they're going to turn around and put you in a position like that. That's the reality. That's what freedom comes. There's an old saying from the Metunet, no, what is it? No effort, no freedom, no freedom, no effort, no risk. This is me. This is, well, not me, but it's an old universal principle. Risk equals reward. So in order to get a reward, whatever it may be you're thinking you're going to get from me, I need to know who you are and what your contracts are and whether you've been honorable in those contracts. I'm not putting myself out there like that. Not for somebody that I don't know. And I find that highly presumptuous of you to tell me, oh, this is what happened to me, that's what happened to me. Where did you and I ever agree that I wanted testimony from you? So I'll take your silence as there never was one. So that was an assumption on your part. So I think what we should do at this point, I'm going to check the emails and find out what the history is with you, because it's sounding familiar, and I may have even told you, like, hey, to do that situation, this is an intricate problem. And so I'll have to check my emails, and we'll get back with you. Oh, Saad just put in here, you haven't moved forward since 2016 because of you trying to bring your father's situation with you instead of walking by. He who leaves the field of battle loses first by default. Wow. Y'all saw that, right? Everyone just saw she just dipped. Everyone saw that? See, so got her. Go ahead. Hold on. Let me finish the thing, and then I'll turn your mic on stop. You put in the chat, you haven't moved forward since 2016 because of you trying to bring your father's situation with you instead of walking this path by yourself, because I recall that. That's what that was. And I was like, man, forget him. He's old. Fuck it. Go ahead.
She's there. I see her there. iPhone.
Good.
TV.
Well, I don't care if she hears. I don't give a damn if she hears.
Yeah, and that's probably what happened in 2016. I don't remember her specifically, but we see it a lot.
I remember the name, the Giles, and I remember about a court case, and then she wanted assistance, and then it was like, hold on, what's going on with your father? And I said, hold on, this is too much of a headache. This is too much of a problem. And I said, well, if you want my assistance, this is what's required. And then it was like, nope. So I said,
Yeah, we see that a lot with people when they can't bring.
Because see, the thing is, there's a thing called testifying. So all the secure parties, because we got training tomorrow, so we got to jump on this. I didn't ask for anything. She volunteered. As a creditor, you don't volunteer. Is everybody paying attention? If I would have asked her, then yes, answer. She volunteered. She started going into, this is what happened to me, and that's what happened to me. Hold on, time out. That's what debtors do. Is everyone paying attention? Unless unless the other party, unless I ask or unless somebody asks, you don't volunteer anything. Because especially we have no what? Contract. So I don't know who you are, but I know that I said, oh yeah, I think we spoke. Okay, I gotta check the email. So this is where full disclosure comes in. Didn't change your race and ethnicity with the military. I know what to do regarding that. So I said, well, you had to have come into contact with me. So what's the problem? And that's the problem with black people. Too motherfucking cheap. They want everything laid out for them. What are you doing in exchange for that? And you ain't got to do, I demand that, I require that. No, you don't. Because black has no standing at law. Don't get all things because you did an SF 181 because you are here with me now. And you know who I am after 7 years. So it is dawning on me that I may have said, listen, you might as well let him go. That's a headache unto itself. And look what happened. He's gone, you get arrested, and you say you're homeless. No one asked nobody whether you're homeless. Ain't no care. Nobody cares about your sympathy about your homelessness. That's your contract. So be honorable in what you're doing, and that's what I'm trying to assess speaking with you. I need to see documentation to know who you are and that you're honorable in your contracts. So you did an SF-181, you're former military, but you don't change your race and ethnicity in your military. So I mean, you stepped into something you didn't know what you were doing because you were what? Desperate. So if the stepsister or the stepsister, whatever, got the millions of dollars, okay, they got the millions of dollars, and what now? You homeless. You probably didn't have to be. So we're gonna leave that one there. We're gonna do some research, and I will get back to you via email. Anyone else have a question before we say the Firu Shaft? Always disrespectful people, they got no damn respect. But when them shapeshifters show up at that front door, they calling me to deal with these Draco reptilians. Oh, by the way, for people that didn't know, in the next 60 days, 32 days, whatever, 46 days, is the Chinese Year of the Dragon. Woo-hoo! 2024 is the Year of the Dragon. So I anticipate the Draco's gonna be coming out because that thing with Kate, what's her name, Kate Middleton, with that tail underneath her dress. I said they listened to me. I said, listen, scales and tails. She had to put that tail down. Oh, stop. I said, oh boy, they listened to me. Y'all black people think y'all ready for that? I don't think so. I don't think they can handle that. Woo! All right. Accountable, go ahead. How about the guy in the concert? Where's Accountable? Oh, there you are. Rawuh. Yeah, turn your mic on.
Rawuh, Maku. Rawuh. Yes, this is a Zoom class right here. A Zoom interesting Q&A. Awesome, nonetheless. But yeah, I sent a video a while ago where as a Spanish guy speaking on, he's recording a concert, and he's explaining like, just watch his eyes in Spanish. And then when he looks like that, you clearly see reptilian eyes. I don't know if you saw that video. I sent it a while ago.
May have, it's a while ago, but it's not ringing a bell. But a lot of those videos are now coming up where people are seeing the shape.
Yeah. That is the most clearest I've seen out of videos that I came across, Maku, and all that all share as well. That's the clearest I ever saw. Was that I was like, wow, the camera caught that.
Yeah.
And I'll resend it. I'm gonna find it and I'll resend it to you and to the toxin chat that we have on Telegram.
Yes. Oh yes, please do. So
No, no.
So
No.
just as a final note for the new people, this is recorded, and I don't generally release them, but this one I'm putting up on the internet because I'll go back to it again. To all these conscious people who say they're making steps and doing stuff for their people, this is it right here. You go to the UN Web TV, and here I am as the thumbnail for the third meeting. Internationally recognized. This ain't nothing to debate anymore. So when you come talk to me, be honorable. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be demanding, especially if you're Black, because you're not showing any type of respect or honor, straight respect, honor. I'm the one that you're coming to for help, and you're going to be disrespectful like that. Like, come on, you're going to be dishonorable. You don't get help. I won't mess with you because that you're demonstrating to me you're not teachable. Okay, go ahead, Elki Amon Hotep Bay. Go ahead.
Oh, Hotep, Chief. Chief, I wanted to tell you too that I had got a trust with Jonah Bay, right? But I didn't get the EIN number or anything like that.
You're still gonna have to do a declaration of fraud because
no problem.
Was
It's
one
a fraud. It's a fraud. It's a fraud.
Declaration of fraud. No, we used to do affidavits, but then when COVID came in, that's we said, okay, we speed it up because it was taking long. But now what has happened is since then, now we're just doing declaration of fraud, not an affidavit, because Jonah Bay cannot respond. Jonah Bay was him and Yusuf El were the ones that were telling people, don't do the SF-21, don't do it. That's if you're a government employee. And I said, oh, okay. I said, obviously you guys don't know how to receive, but if you want to use the word read, you can. And I'm gonna put the form up here to show something. So Black people like to get into things that they don't have no clue about. Just because they see you get a remedy, they'll copy you, but they don't know all the nuances and the little things that go along with it. Now, on the form, can you see it?
Yeah, yes, I can see it, Chief.
Okay. So on the form here, it says right here, providing this information is voluntary and has no impact on your employment status. The SSN card is not yours. It don't belong to you. But in the instance of missing information, your employing agency will attempt to identify your race and ethnicity by visual observation. Now, on the back of the card, the SSN card, it says this card is property of Social Security Administration, and you must return it if we ask for it back. For those of you watching this replay, go grab your SSN, go look at the back, and see it will say that. So therefore, if they own the back of the card, what's on the front of the card? Do they own the front?
Yes, yes.
So therefore, the NUBUN record, the original record, where the person got a Social Security card, whether at birth or at 13, when they were able to work, they checked off African American.
Right.
That is on record with Social Security Administration. So they know you're their property. That's why these guys was talking about don't do the SF-21. I said them guys is agents because they're supposed to know, because Yusuf El talking about all the case law that he reads, then he's supposed to be able to look at the back of his Social Security card and it'll say that it's owned by Social Security Administration, which is a corporation, which is a federal corporation. Now we know that corporation is dissolved and it's underneath the crown. So all the people who call themselves U.S. citizens and Americans, you all belong to the United Kingdom. Back in slavery, if you thought you were out of it.
Even and so all those trusts that they're helping people out, that's fraud.
that again.
That's fraud. It's fraud.
Say what you said. Say all what you just said. Say it all.
All those fake Moors out there that's creating those trusts, they're all fraudulent.
There you go.
Because black has no standing at law.
And
when you're creating a trust, you're black.
This is why I ask people. I even asked the guy I got insurance with. I asked him, so what jurisdiction is the trust under? Nobody can seem to answer that question.
Right.
So they're making trust for people, don't know what jurisdiction it is. If they file it in the US is underneath the United Kingdom, that belongs to the crown. So they servants, they're serfs of Charles III if they believe he's king. Or Purple Investment Company, which is the company where they keep their money separate from the crown. The crown is the Rothschilds, the Red Shield. So Elizabeth was fronting for them, for the Rothschilds. So Charles takes over the family business, that's why they call it the family, which is the front for the Rothschilds. But these knuckleheads like Jonah Bay and the rest of them, you talking smart. Oh yeah, we setting trust up. What about the computer?
Right.
See, because as soon as they say black, the computer's seeing zeros. Hold on, what you doing with $500,000? Oh no, CBDC, take that.
They would have to be agents. They agents, man. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Go ahead.
Jonah Bay and Yusuf L are agents in plain sight for people that don't know. And so, in other words, when they're telling you to get the EIN number to expirate, they're basically taking you away from the land. Because all they're going to do is make you a resident alien or a non-resident alien, right?
Not even that. They're still property of the corporation. And guess what? We got the precedent-setting case of Missouri versus IRS, where my picture, my face, my phone number, email, me in the throne room, right? Oh, you didn't know about that?
Oh, tell me.
Pull it up. This is a case called Missouri versus IRS. Do a Google search. PDF. Oh boy, which one we want to use? Okay, let's do that one. Okay. Missouri versus IRS. Okay, let's go to all. Missouri versus IRS Commissioner. Precedent-setting case involving At-sik-hata Nation, myself, and let me see. Trust this is the docket one. Okay, let's see. Nope. Okay, let me see here. Okay, so this isn't the docket. I want the docket. Missouri versus IRS full docket. Let's see.
Those brothers is dirty, Chief. Man, they dirty, man. Dirty brothers.
26, come on. Just wait for it to come up here.
Take your time, Chief. Take your time.
Okay, so this is it. Yes. This should be it here. Or you know what? I'll do this. I'll go here because we have it on our Calamio, and I'll put the link in the chat for everybody. So this is our documents on Calamio, and I'm going to go down. Let's see here. Let's see. Jurisdiction.
And now it's starting to click when you watch a lot of so-called black people doing the recordings of them talking to the IRS. The first thing the IRS say to them is, "Do you know you're committing fraud in what you're doing?" But when you see the so-called pale people that have the status of white, they don't even question them whatsoever.
No, because black has no stand in that law. That's the
That's
reason.
right.
That's the reason why. Let me see if this is it here. No, this is the docket. Yeah, this is, I want the order. Okay, so I'll get that in my email. Just give me 1 second here.
Take your time. Take your time, bro.
Okay. Chief, let's see. Where are we at here? Yeah, flat. Okay, so this is what people who say they're doing stuff should be talking about. Precedents that help, that are actually work. Let's see, Rosari versus IRS full docket. Let me see if this is the one. Okay, that's the dot. Oh, I need the order. Oh, duh. Okay. Sorry, this is IRS order, full order, full order. And you'd be surprised how puddings. There we go. Okay. Okay, so let's go to Kemet then. Funny. All right, good, 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 good. Oh yeah, I want to show that because this will show that this knocks out everything that they're doing regarding trusts.
Because from what I understand, when you get the foreign EIN number, they expirate you. But it's like now that I think about it, it's a setup. You know?
It's a setup, huh?
Setup. They're setting you up. And I heard Trump say that if he gets in the office, I think the Alien Act, he said he's going to enact that.
He ain't doing a damn thing. Okay.
Right.
That's big. Okay, so here it is. So this is it. Lisa Mazzari, okay, versus IRS Commissioner. So it's Mazzari versus IRS. This is the order of dismissal for lack of jurisdiction. See that?
Yes, I see it on July 11th.
Yes. No, yeah, this is which one is here? This is the order of dismissal. This is just talking about when they did it. That, but it wasn't actually signed until March of this Gregorian calendar. Yeah, where is the date? Upon due consideration, ordered. Yeah, here's the email that she got from the tax court. Okay. March 6, 2023.
Wow.
See it?
Yes, yes.
So in here, and I'll find the link and give that to everyone afterward. So this is the IRS commissioner who filed the motion. This is petition to file the motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. And in there, this is her brief. This is the full docket. And I'm going to give you the link for the email, not the email, for everything that you're seeing here. I have that published. I actually have it on NFT up on I have it on what you call OpenSea.
Chief, you can send that to me too on the email.
I can put that in the chat, and let me see here. Let me just move this over here. Okay, great. So here's this, and then I put created. I put that as NFT on OpenSea. Okay, where are you hiding? There we go. Okay, and go down, down, down.
Trust me, Chief. You ain't, man. I'm trying to stay with y'all, brother. I ain't trying to do nothing on my own out here. This ain't a game, man. You make a mistake, man. You gonna pay for it. with these people.
Actively, okay. Okay, IRS Commission. Okay, sorry, deceased, no decision. Okay, so I'm gonna open this up in a new tab. This is the NFT. This is on OpenSea. And that will have, this should have the whole document here. Whoa, okay, there we go. Okay, order and docket filings. Okay, full. Okay, so this is the Calamio for the full docket filing for everything. What I just showed you in the email. Okay, let me just check here, make sure. 107. Okay, so let me. This order and docket filings. Okay, yeah, because I put that as the new one. So this should be it here. Yes, this is it. So I'm going to read this publication. There we go. So here you see that on July 11, 2022, respondent, which is the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, filed in the above docketed case a motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction on the grounds that no deficiency as authorized by section 6212 and required by section 6213A of the IRS code to form the basis for a petition to this court had been sent to petitioner with respect to taxable year 2022 or any relevant earlier year, nor had respondent made any other determination with respect to petitioner's tax years that would confer jurisdiction on the court as of the date the petition hearing was filed. Although the court directed petitioner to file an objection, if any, to respondent's motion to dismiss, the petitioner has failed to do so. Upon due consideration, it is ordered that respondent's motion, this is the IRS commissioner, see it?
I'm looking right at it. I was looking right at it.
Commissioner ordered that respondent's motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction is granted, and this case is dismissed for lack of jurisdiction. Signed by Chief Judge Kathleen Kerrigan, and you see United States Task Court, Washington, D.C., and this is the district court in the state of Illinois. So that's here. And then the emails, this is the email she got directly from the tax court, which she forwarded to me, March 6, 2023.
Wow.
And hold on, there we go. And now we're gonna go through real quick her docket. So now, this is the docket, so you'll see everything that she filed and everything that the IRS filed. Day by day, and then what she did was she put the numbers up at the top of, so you could say, okay, docket number 6 and all the papers that were docket number 6. See that?
Yes, yes.
So now here they have her statutory claim.
Wow.
Then they have her statutory declaration that she sent to the governor of Illinois, which was J.B. Pritzker. Now, she's told the governor, please see a copy of these documents to the following parties. Now, you see a Temt-Ta Plenipotentiary, Magister-in-Right of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth and the planet called Earth, Chief Nanya-shaabu, At-sik-hata Nation, the Yamassee-Moors. You know who that is?
That's you, man.
And then, of course, the Pope, the Vatican, right? And then here's my phone number, right there. There's my email, alternate email, another email, third email, and then the links on Facebook, and my claim, which is this link here. IRS got that. Government has this.
So that's not.
Finished. And then, of course, this picture here. My claim on the British throne. So the IRS certified that.
Wow.
Planetary notice of active claim published on Facebook, November 27, 2019. And she got this because it's part of her declaration, got it notarized. So how come Jonah Bay ain't talking about that? How come they ain't talking about here? This one's, I think, a little fuzzy. This is the fact that the White House and the United States was registered in Scotland. This is a screenshot off Facebook. Now, here it is, overview. And then when we go over here, this is where it was registered, United States of America. the White House, United States of America, Limited, and then this should be the page. Is it this one here? Okay, it's the next one. And so this just goes to the brief, and we're going to show, yeah, there's the picture, dissolved. See that?
Wow. Wow.
How come Jonah Bay and Yusufel don't notice?
And so, in other words, man, them dudes is a joke, man. They's a bunch of jokesters. They ain't trying to help their people. They trying to keep them enslaved, man.
So that
So in
means
other
they're
words,
agents. Because if they were really cutting edge, wanting to know what's new, they'd be talking about this.
So you forget exemption. It's not. It don't even apply to you. To you, it don't even apply.
Or anyone in At-sik-hata, because this is what's called a stare decisis.
Wow. Because I remember all white, man. All white. No, I gotta let this marinate. I gotta let that marinate. You not even. In other words, you not even. It don't even apply to you.
The company is involved under UK jurisdiction. So these be talking, okay, we're going to change the venue. Say, well, we got to do this in Scotland because that's where the company's registered. Oh, it's dissolved. It falls underneath the crown. So we got to do British court.
Right. All them trusts is fraud.
If people don't know now, they will.
All them trusts. Man, I'm on it, man. I'm on it.
All
white. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. All white. All white, baby. All white. All night long.
Last question.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You turn your mic on.
Rawuh, Chief.
Rawuh.
But you're getting a video feed from me, or you're not getting any?
I'm hearing. I saw a video feed. I was just trying to pin you up. Hold on. I got
like it's trying to get some trouble earlier on there, but
no video feed. Just get audio. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but the United Nations thing, I watched that and I only say in my mind, I say, it's like these people showing Black people that look like people that is only one person recognized that they actually recognize and actually dealing with. So there's like this basically like they putting it out now that if you want freedom or if you want any sort of help, this is the only person here we more or less dealing with that. It had nobody else. But nobody else Facebook. It had no Wapia Day. It had no grassroots day. It had no cheap tonic day.
No Ben Carter, no Yahweh Ben Yahwehites. None.
None of them fellas was to or present themselves as it's supposed to be. Nobody in there. So that's a clear indication that they're literally showing everybody the time, counting down on them, and this is where they need to get at.
They got a sign from the ancestors. That's the sign right there.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't expecting an X-Men. Again, gratitude to X-Men, because I didn't know about it until today. And that's when he said, oh yeah, I saw this day. He said, I want to hurry to get that before they take it down. I said, they ain't going to take that down. I went and saw that. I said, oh, that's set in stone.
Yeah.
That's setting. They wanted that for that day. All the other people, I heard everybody speak. I heard everybody speak. I heard everybody's speeches. But for them to pick mine out of all the other people, they're like, he's the one that made the most sense.
Yeah. And waiting for answer. I don't think an answer is needed in that case, because you're saying everything that needs to get done at the same time. Because when they check your body at work, obviously they're gonna get that.
I had to go through accreditation to get in that. You couldn't just, this wasn't a thing, oh, I want to come on, sign me up. No, I had to get approved.
It's true. It's true. Because that's no gimmicks thing when the United Nations gave an opening for you to come on one of the programs. That is something large. That's global. So
yeah.
I just watching it and saying, well, it is what it is. You is the plenipotentiary, so that you had to be on that playing field. So much appreciated to you again, Chief. I as usual just healing and giving thanks for a deity in this day. As I just like to say, because me don't care what other people are to say about it, but to me, use the masters right now only thieves. Use the most high amongst us. According to what Atumra used to be saying, you need to know who the most high amongst you is. And you is that. I don't care what people are to say. So give thanks, much appreciated, and gratitude to you, Chief Nanya-shaabu the At-sik-hata nation at Yamassee-Moors. Much appreciated.
Much gratitude, much appreciation, much gratitude to all the Nitu, the Anunnaki, my ancestors, my agreeable blood ancestors, for me being in here, because I can tell you, I would never have thought to be this high.
But
and so now everyone knows if we have problems, I can go up into the UN and say, hey, you need to talk to this country about such and such and such and such.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because they
all white.
There's nobody. Think about this, people. No one who's worn in the moose, not even the Egyptians, so-called, because they're Arabs. None of them come up like that to an event. And if I could have caught the plane, I would have caught the plane and went there, and I'd still roll out like this.
I mean, yeah.
So they know.
Yes,
all right.
All white, Chief.
All right, everyone. So, reminder, clock is going back 2 o'clock in the a.m. For those that do daylight savings time, I don't think Africa does, but London and the rest is going to go back hour, 2 o'clock. Well, it's late over there in London. It's 2 o'clock in London. So best thing, start moving your clocks back. The manual ones, if you have analog. If it's a cell, you ain't got to worry about that. The AI will do that for you. All right, so see everyone in 30 days. For those that haven't been on the webinar, you know what to do to get on the webinar. For those that are on training, see you all tomorrow. And we'll have light days. You know, it's been a big, strong 4 days, 5 days here. And for those who are on the webinar, haven't been on the webinar, get on the webinar. And those who haven't done your vulnerable content, get in touch with me, get your vulnerable content done, and get that onto the blockchain. All right? This will be published. This will be put up on the internet as soon as it's done processing, and this will be a fabulous precedent. All right, everyone. Everyone have a great shadow hour. Abdur. White power, white power, white power.